Dan Huntington and Joe Lewandowski. And if they come in substantially later, it would be good to make a note of that in the minutes. If they were within the next 10 minutes or so, you wouldn't need to bother.
Okay, Brett, we are open to the public, so you can start anytime.
Attendees, 3 panelists. All right, at 9 a.m., I call the LPEA Board of Directors meeting. And the first thing is the approval of the agenda. My agenda has 172 pages. Please take a check for yours and get a new one if you have a different number of pages. I got a new one this morning. So now I'm looking at this time for a motion to approve the agenda. I see Kohler. Kohler, go ahead.
Yes, I would make that motion, but I'd like to make a change in the agenda with my motion.
All right.
Request that one part of my tri-state report, and it's the member comments on partial requirements. Right now it's on page 159 and 172. I would like to request moving it under 5E right after resolution 2020-17, which is now on 147, please.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note right after E on resolution 2020-17. Did you want to speak before we talk about that or after we talk about it?
I think after would probably be good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other changes to the agenda requested? At this time, we have a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second. It's Tim.
Tim seconds that. Any more discussion on the agenda? All those in favor of approving the agenda, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Any who oppose approval of the agenda, unmute and let me know. And any abstentions, let me know. All right, the agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is member comments and concerns. Now, in a moment, Drew will allow any members who want to speak during this time, he'll bring them in. But the first thing I'm going to do this morning is I did receive a couple of letters via email where the members asked me to read their letters and answer their questions. Well, as given to me by our new policy on communications, I can decide how to handle that. And the way I'm going to handle these two items is to summarize what they have written and respond to them, because there's some pretty good questions there. And these are, I've combined them to 2 letters from Kirby McLaurin and Karen Pontius, who evidently weren't able to be here this morning, but Kirby was hoping he was listening in. First, they thank us for our service on the board. And then the questions start. The first one is, what's the status of our work on the Code of Ethics Policy 129? And in their letter, they have a variety of reasons why they're interested in that. My answer is that this policy will be further discussed in an upcoming board retreat. And on today's agenda at about 11:15 this morning, there will be a discussion about adopting a board retreat plan. So yes, we're continuing to work on that, and that's the steps we will take. Their next thing was a request on some details on the recent Colorado PUC ruling dismissing our case, asking for a fair and equitable exit fee from Tri-State. And my answer on that is, if the Colorado PUC had not ruled exactly like Tri-State would want them to or direct them to, Tri-State would have appealed that ruling to state district court. That was clear. So to not waste more time and money by dismissing the case, the PUC is actually, I think, helping us out and speeding that process up. In addition, the Colorado PUC noted that corporate law questions are best decided in our state court system. So in this case, the question related to jurisdiction then would be best decided in the state court system. So I think in reviewing the Colorado PUC ruling, it's not necessarily bad news. Perhaps it'll just speed things up. It was going to end up in Colorado District Court anyway. Next, they ask, which is related to this, is what is the status of United Power's lawsuit against Tri-State? Well, on our agenda today, scheduled for 2:15 p.m., we're going to get a public update by our attorney. I haven't followed that case closely, so I will ask him, and I'm asking the directors to remind me if I don't remember to do that, to ask him to give us an update to see if anything has gone on that case. But as I understand it, the existing United Power lawsuit seeks damages from Tri-State for misleading United Power as to what the changes to Tri-State's bylaws and policies for additional membership types were to allow. Now that the PUC case regarding exit fees has been dismissed, a new aspect of this district case may come up having to do with jurisdiction based on whether the non-utility members was legal under state law. Well, we have been in touch with our sister cooperatives about this and obviously other items that we normally stay in touch on. And we will be discussing today in executive session some actions that we might want to take related to this. As that will be discussed in executive session, we can't say more about it now. And finally, they ask, what are the prospects for LPEA to build its own generation, considering an option they have heard about that we might be able to get to build 50 megawatts? Well, that's related to the partial requirements option that Tri-State is making available. We have looked into this, the board and staff have, in our committee of the whole meetings and in finance committee meetings. And on our agenda today at about 11:30, we will discuss taking action on this. But how this finally turns out will depend on Tri-State getting final permission from FERC to accept the methods and policies relating to this. But assuming FERC eventually will approve them, the schedule is that in mid-January, the Tri-State member co-ops interested in this will bid for some amount of local capacity. Tri-State will then dole out what is available. The co-ops will then request proposals to provide that allowed amount in their own territories or somewhere nearby. LPEA will not likely build or own its own generation, but will likely contract to some entity to build own it, and we'll just pay for the power generated. All right, that was the letters from them. And now, Drew, if there are any members or attendees who would like to ask a question live, would you please bring one of them on?
Okay, we've got Gail coming on right now. Okay,
Hi.
go ahead, Gail.
Thank you. My name is Gail Harris, and I'm a residential and commercial customer of LPEA. I live in the city of Durango, so I'm in District 3. And I wanted to thank the board for doing the informational district meetings that they recently did. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to, I don't know what happens to my time during COVID, but didn't have a chance to attend, but I thought it was an excellent idea for us to be able to get together a little bit more. And also I want to thank you for helping people in our community who are struggling financially right now. And I think we're going to have more people who are struggling financially as we go to more lockdowns without any federal government assistance. I know our state is trying to help people, but it's really concerning to me. And I hope in connection with that, as well as being an LPEA member, I'm also a member of the board of 4Corps. And I'm hoping that anyone who has problems paying their electric bills, that you refer them to 4Corps to see if 4Corps can help them with weatherization and to reduce their bills. That would help LPEA and all of our members that we don't have to spend so much money. And it would also help the individual who's having problems financially. And also I would like to see LPEA continue to partner in the CARE program. Because again, I think that offers an incredible benefit to our community, particularly people who are struggling financially, which we are more and more these days. And so it's just a good way to ensure energy efficiencies for lower income people. And it also helps to reduce our air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. And I encourage the board to continue to work in that direction. Our climate crisis, as we saw with the 3 largest wildfires we've ever had in Colorado in the fall, when we shouldn't even have wildfires. This year, we're in the middle of the crisis and we need to do whatever we can to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and our pollution. And you, as our board of our local co-op, are in a perfect spot to be able to do that. And I hope that you will continue to work on what you're saying, develop local energy generation, renewable energy that would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And that you continue to work on pursuing a buyout with Tri-State. I'm not sure how the PUC, I know Britt just spoke to that, ruling will affect our continuing to pursue that, but I think we need to have all of these options on the board to look at and to pursue, because we have to do something. Thank you again.
Thank you, Gail. In particular, I'll respond that we are taking the reduction of greenhouse gases as part of our strategic plan, and we will do what we can to not only meet that, but to exceed those goals. I think we'll be discussing that some more in board retreats as well as to how we accomplish that. Okay, Drew, do you have somebody else?
Yes, we've got Kyle. So go ahead, Kyle. Kyle Amstatter, you're on. Kyle Amstatter.
Okay, sorry, I'm connected with my telephone as well. Can you unmute my telephone instead of my computer? It ends in 3236.
Would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6.
Okay, Kyle. So to unmute, you'll have to do
The host would like
*6.
you to unmute your microphone. You can press *.
Okay, let's give that a shot, Kyle.
We're not hearing you on the phone, Kyle, but we were hearing you on the computer, although there was some echo going on. Okay.
I'll just write it in the Q&A.
All right, we'll look for it in the Q&A, Kyle. I appreciate that. Sorry about the technical difficulties. While he's writing that, Drew, is there somebody else who wishes to speak?
That looks like all we've got today.
Okay. Let's see, Q&A if that comes up. I don't see anything yet. Okay, I'll start looking on member comments.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dan.
Hello, Dan. Hello, Joe. We're all directors are here now. Thank you. All right, we will jump back to Kyle's question if and when it shows up. So the moment then, let's continue on. The next item is approval of the consent board items, the minutes, the new member list. Let's go ahead and look for approval of those, including the minutes and the capital request, etc. That starts on page 5 of the board packet. Would somebody go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent board items, including the minutes, and then we'll have a discussion to see if there's any changes.
I'll make that motion. This is Tim.
Tim makes a motion to approve the consent board items. Is there a second for that?
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds. Is there any discussion on the approval of the consent board items, and in particular the minutes? Kohler, go ahead.
Thank you. So on the regular board meeting minutes on page 5, the first motion at the top by Director Lewandowski, it has there the second sentence, it has Tri-State Virtual Annual Membership Meeting. It is not Tri-State Virtual Annual Meeting. It's a virtual special meeting. So annual needs to be changed to special. And then the other thing I have is on page 8, under expenses, other external meetings. And Brett, it has down there $20 for you. I'm wondering if that should be $200. I don't know how you come up with 20.
$20 and oh, that's the mileage. So it was $20. Yes, I noticed that.
Because the mileage is on the page before, the $20.13. So I don't know if that should be 200 or not. So
Tim, can you address that? Is what that's supposed to be? Page 12, the board packet, page 8 of the minutes. Under
I
other,
can't write at the moment. Probably,
okay.
probably
That's all I have. Thank you.
Carl could do it quicker than
And Karis, do you, if you're on, do you know if that's, as Kohler's pointed out, if that's an error? And Carl, do you know if you're following along, if that's an error or not? That's
let me check into it, Brett.
okay. We'll check into that. Based on that particular error being fixed and the other notation to a change that Kohler has made, are there any other discussion of this motion to approve these consent board items? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and approve. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
But there was a question that Kohler sent by email prior to the meeting around a write-off. Kohler, is this the time to bring that up?
I don't know if we should bring it up now or maybe mention it in the executive session. I think the staff was going to work on that a little bit more and give us an answer.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, since it was talking about a specific member, then it was best be asked in executive session, and hopefully the staff's got that info, but if they'll have to remember to tell us then. Okay, anything else in this motion? Then all who have approved the consent board items at this time, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Unmute and let me know. Any abstentions? Okay, let's go on then. Oh, do we have the question up yet? Yes, we do. So we'll jump back to Kyle's question. He says he'd like to thank the board for continuing to pursue local generation options. As you are aware, local generation is important from a greenhouse gas perspective, and it should be economically favorable. In addition, if the generation is local, energy dollars will circulate through our local economy rather than going out of state. Kyle, we certainly agree with that. One of our strategic initiatives is for working and increasing our local economic development through actions that we take. In addition, a strategic goal has a reduction in greenhouse gases. So we're aligned on that, and we will continue to make efforts on all three of the prongs, if you may recall us talking about that before, of our strategic resolution, where we direct staff to take all actions possible to work within our contract, to look at a partial contract, or to look at a full exit. And we're continuing on all three of those paths until we reach the end of many of them. In addition, he'd also like to thank Jessica and her team for continuing to operate safely and reliably during COVID. Well, we appreciate that, Kyle, and certainly we do too. It's been a tough time. And as I've heard, we're now going on to Code Red on Friday. So I expect during the upcoming staff report, which is the next item on the agenda, we may hear a bit more about that. So stay tuned. Thank you, Kyle. All right, then we will move on to the CEO and staff reports. Jessica, if you would start that off in our division dashboard. And one note before she gets started, we're doing things just a little different each month as we try and refine our methods of having meetings and perhaps make them a little more, a little quicker. Note this time, as you've seen the agenda, we have some timestamps on here, which kind of gives us a guidance of how, if we're falling much behind or not. We'll do our best to follow those. In addition, we're putting more information, you might say, in the appendix of our board reports, rather than going through them in detail, expecting us to do some homework before and after meetings. But obviously these board packets are available to us to go back to at any time to research. So we'll continue to try and make things a bit more efficient if we can. So go ahead, Jessica.
Thanks, Britt. Yeah, and just to mention this is that we've been working with NRECA and other co-ops in the state to learn best practices on how to make efficient board meetings and make sure that we really bring the big issues, strategic items, so the board can have time to talk about, which are really the things we need help on. So in that effort, the packet and the information does not change, but we put it at the end with the expectation that you are all reading through that in detail. And then what we'd like to do is highlight to you the key items that are the most important things we are working on. and then highlight any areas where we do need your help and assistance. So we're hoping that this new process will help. Just to give you a little indication, I was trying to figure out how much time we spend on board packets as a staff, and it is close to 40 hours. We spend a lot of time preparing these packets, and it's a lot of detail. And so I think in this effort too, it helps us to put it all down, but again, it would also help us to highlight the major items instead of going through every little detail during the board meeting. So I'm going to start off and I'm going to share my screen. And of course, you know, this is a work in progress as well. So if you have additional ideas, let us know. But this is something that staff is pretty proud of and how we put this up. Can everybody see this? This is just from Director Point. Okay, not hearing no's. Well, did you have a question before?
Yes, can see.
Kohler's got a question. Kohler, go ahead.
I just do have a comment on some of the comments you made, and I think the package that you're providing for us is exceptional. The budget book is, this dashboard, I think, is just really incredible. It helps us out quite a bit. So thank you for your time and the effort. I think it's a huge improvement.
Thanks, Kohler. That means a lot to us because we do spend a lot of time on these. So thank you. Okay, so what we also like to show off in these board dashboards are pictures. So as you can see, this is one of our linemen, and I'll talk more about him a little bit later. He's new, but he's been such a great addition to our team. And this was taken during the pole top rescue, which we'll get into. I just want to make sure everyone can see this okay. Okay.
Looks good to me.
Yep,
Okay.
looks good.
Looks
Okay. So I'm going to walk through these, and then I'm going to pump this to staff on certain slides that really they own, just because they have more context and I like to hear from them, and I'm sure you do too. So again, this is our front dashboard, and you've seen this before. For the status, we decide to make it check marks and explanation points for anything that we want to draw your attention to. So the point of this, again, is that we're meeting or exceeding almost all of our performance goals, which is fantastic. The only ones that we want to draw your attention to are the cash reserves, and that's 15.85. And we had this debate within the leadership team. Well, could you round up to 16? Later in Carl's report, he puts 15.9. So there's various ways that you can round up, but it's pretty dang close to 16. So that is off our goal. And Carl later in his finance report, he's going to talk about this number and why it's 15.8. The other thing I think, which is anticipated, our electric vehicle sales are down. And obviously that's something that is somewhat out of our control, but this is something that we are paying attention to. And I know in the last couple of weeks, the mayor and city council of City of Durango has inquired with us about a fast charging station. And so if you think about it and what the research we've done across the US and my involvement on the West Coast with electric vehicles is that the more infrastructure you build, the more EVs potentially people will buy. So I would see that number going up in our service territory with more charging stations. We do have a proposal that we've been working with the City of Durango on for the fast charger. I'll let Dan, I'm not going to take his wind out of his sail, but I'll let him talk through that a little bit more. So now I'm going to dive into the dashboard. So these are the October highlights. And if you can see, this is one of our other linemen, Greg, in Pagosa. So although he was doing this was the also the pole rescue. And I'm not sure how his beard does not get out of the way, but there you go. He's figured that one out. Okay, so in addition to all the highlights I gave you in my in the appendix, I want to pull you more towards these three major efforts that I focused my time in the last month. And obviously it's been fire and COVID updates. Now we are very tired of COVID. And as you can see, we decided to spell it wrong in the smaller point just because we're mad at it. Not really, but I apologize for that spelling error. I was figuring Kohler would catch that, but we wanted to pull that out before he caught it. So I apologize for that. But what we've been doing is really talking with our VP of operations. Jerry's been doing that, and Garrett, and making sure that none of our sister co-ops in Colorado need assistance. We know that a lot of the co-ops in the north part of our state, near Steamboat and Fort Collins, and those areas have been hit really hard. So we've been active in making sure that we're available to help. We've not been asked to help. It's really hard to get our trucks rolled up there from Southwest Colorado in the time that they need it. But one thing that we have been doing as a CEO group is sharing best practices and information. It's been very sad. We were just given a note from United Power that one of their employees passed away due to COVID a couple weeks ago. So that really hits home to us because it's the co-op family. So we've been making sure that we are just going through methodically with the leadership team and our supervisors and staff, all the protection measures in place. So as was asked this morning about it, I'll go into a little bit more detail. Yes, going to red means only 10% occupancy workplace. However, because we are considered critical services, we do not have to abide by those rules. However, we will anyway. And that's because our first and foremost priority is the safety of our employees and reliability of the grid. And we want to make sure that our linemen are healthy so that we can roll trucks in case of outages. Our dispatchers are healthy, our CSRs are healthy to take the calls. Everyone has a critical role at our company. And we have been fortunate that the staff have been amazing, such that we have had no cases of COVID. And we want to keep it that way. So our crews are still working at full capacity, but they're not coming into the office. They're rolling from their houses or they're coming into the office and quickly going into trucks. They're wearing masks. We are trying to keep them in their pods of their crews. Same with the CSRs. Most of them work from home. Any that cannot work from home due to broadband issues, we do have them in the office, but we have them separated. We have worked on building up a cleaning supply effort so that we have appropriate products for cleaning. And then Nadine and her team have done a great job in regards to, okay, so if we have someone that is exhibiting COVID symptoms, what do we do? Because right now we've had an instance where we had someone go get tested and it took about 7 days to get the test back. And that really hamstrings us because we are running on we don't have excess employees. All employees are working at full capacity. So if you think of one going down, it really impacts the whole company. So Nadine, I'm going to ask you to just briefly describe what you guys found in regards to testing, if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, we're pretty excited. We actually found a company that we purchased tests from ourselves. And so we have a process where if somebody's sick, they call into our department and we go through the process. If they have the symptoms, we have a test. The employee picks it up from the office. It takes it's a saliva sample, which is awesome. So we don't have to all stick each other up the nose. But it's a saliva sample. It gets sent in. And so far we're having a 24, 48 hour turnaround, which is wonderful because it helps employees feel better calling in sick. They're not thinking I'm going to have to take all the sick time. I'm letting my crew down. You know, there's lots of things like that. So that's made a big difference. So we're really, really grateful for that company and we'll just keep using it.
Rachel, I see that you've got a hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question, thinking back on all the community partnerships we have, and that's amazing. LPEA is able to get 24-hour turnaround. I'm just curious, has anyone pushed on or heard whether or not the county's applying for 24-hour rapid response testing? I know San Miguel County is getting a few of those machines somehow, and it seems like we would all benefit from that.
I think that would be awesome. I actually didn't in my research because I at the time, and this was 3 weeks ago, I was desperate. And I just unturned every rock. At that time, there was nothing, but that may have changed.
Okay. So any other questions?
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time raising my hand. I can't figure out on this version. May I ask a quick question for Nadine?
Yep.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Thank you, Britt, and thank you, Jessica. Nadine, sure you did your research on this, efficacy of this test, comparing it to other tests. There are some fly-by-nights out there. Just want to double check on your research on that, please.
Yeah, we definitely did dig into it, and they come well recommended. I think if we haven't had a positive yet, but that, because I always think, well, is this working? But when we look at the symptoms and the recovery rate of all the employees we've had, they've all got better in 2 or 3 days. So we haven't had somebody that, because we have a whole process where we're monitoring once you call somebody and how are you doing this whole time. And so I haven't had anything yet to give me alarm. Of course, there's, a lot of things are still in process, but as far as we can tell, if we have somebody that keeps getting worse, has symptoms, we send them to another testing facility, would be our backup. And we find out they're not good, then we're definitely will revisit, but we have our eyes on that.
Would you consider perhaps that you do this rapid test and at the same time you ask your employees, we ask our employees to go to one of the, get a community test too? So that would be so you have your test and then 7 days later, which is too late for what your immediate is, but it would be a great affirmation of your testing. And since we have those community resources, and would you consider doing something like that?
I think we would. We haven't this week or two because lines are 4 hours or more.
Oh, are they really?
And just to also correct something, Kirsten, they're not rapid tests because that is a different kind of testing.
Right.
So it is a regular testing. But if the community can do the same turnaround, to be honest, I really wanted to use community resources for testing and I couldn't get it. So that would be our preference always, is to use local. And so if local is available for good turnaround, we'll definitely do that. But yeah, we'll keep that in mind.
Great. Okay. The other thing that I'll report on every dashboard is generally the big ticket items on member relations. And the big one, obviously, in October was our town hall meetings. Want to thank Hillary for putting it together with her staff and Dan Harms really for being the star of the show to give the update and then answer a lot of the questions. So really appreciated also all of you for supporting us in that. And definitely there were some hard questions and the staff are really thankful that you guys had our backs, backed us up, really responded positively. So we thought those went really well and we would definitely like to do those in the future. Maybe not during board week. We'll try to space that out so it doesn't burn us all out, and maybe not 4, maybe we combine a few. But thanks to the board for helping us with that. The other issue, and by the way, on that note, I know we've gotten a lot of great feedback for doing these. I've had a lot of positive feedback from community members, leaders of the community, just thanking us for that. I even had some other cooperatives call me and ask me for our strategy on this and how we did this, because they also heard about them. So that was great. The other thing that, as you know, I've been working on is a 3-pronged strategy. And we, when we had the slide in here, which is at the end, there's not much substance to give you on that because most of the effort is being worked on in regards to the same things that we've been working on all along, which is still the PUC case and it's still the partial contract. So more of these details we will talk about later with Matt Larson. But I think that most of you know on a weekly basis, almost every other day, Dan, Carl, and I are focused on what would this look like. Even within the partial contract, there's several different options within that. And so at the next Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we will be bringing a proposal that would look at the MARS effort, the max, and then a variation of that. So that will be at the December Finance and Audit Committee meeting, where we will dive into those proposals and what the costs look like. And we will also be looking at different methods of funding that cost. So I would encourage anyone, if you're interested in diving in deeper, please attend that next Finance and Audit Committee meeting. And again, more details we'll be bringing up during the public session at 2:15. And then we will go into executive session at 2:45 with Matt Larson. Okay, I don't see any questions. So I'm going to keep rolling. All right, so this is member highlights. And this is where I'd like to kick it off to Hillary to give a little bit more detail on these 3 items.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Testing out my headphones. Right, so as Jessica said earlier, there's a lot more detail in the end of the report, but I really just wanted to highlight 3 things. October was a pretty busy month for us. As Jessica already highlighted, we did the town hall meetings, but that was part of a broader campaign for National Cooperative Month. And in total, we had more than 450 people registered for the town hall meetings. We had about 175 attend, and then we had another 350 take our cooperative quiz, which was really interesting, just to see, how much they actually knew about our cooperative and who knew who our CEO was and how many board members we have and the year we were incorporated. So that was a pretty fun exercise. I also just want to share that after the town hall meetings, we sent out a follow-up email giving people links to the recordings of the videos, to the PowerPoint slide deck, and to the Q&As, which are now on the website. And as a part of that email, we also included a poll just asking if people found the meetings to be useful, and 92% of them said yes. So 92% found those to be beneficial. So I definitely think we'll be looking at doing some similar things in the future. Thank you to all for your time and effort on those. The second thing I wanted to highlight is that we have started our collaboration with the local news channel, which is now also in Pagosa Springs. So we are doing a monthly segment called LPEA Wire, and it's just about the top pieces of news and information from LPEA each month. And that is airing on in both Durango and in Pagosa Springs, and then is also online and shared quite broadly through their email network. So actually just recorded the one for December, which will also feature Carl talking about our capital credit refunds, and Aubrey talking about some of our member engagement opportunities in December. So that will be continuing. If you ever have any ideas for that, I would be more than happy to hear those. And then the final thing was just a bit of fun that we had. We are a part of the Mercy Health Foundation's Journey of Hope Breast Cancer Awareness Month every year. We usually do a large fundraiser around it. This year, because of COVID, we did a flat donation to them, but we also had some fun employee activities, both in the Pagosa and Durango offices. We had a cadre of bakers baking things, all things pink, had a lot of balloons and fun, and just kind of brought people together, which is what that photo there is. So those were the 3 big things from October that I wanted to highlight.
Thanks, Hillary. I think we have a question, Rachel.
Yeah, I think I asked this last go around, but awesome work on the town halls. Exciting that happened. I was not able to attend all of them, but curious if that flagged any specific, like if the trends or themes you saw along the way flagged anything new or different that we should be focusing our member engagement or communication on.
I mean, every meeting had its own flavor, but I think the questions that came up were all questions that we've received before in different venues and different formats. So I wouldn't, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think any questions came up that were surprising and that we didn't expect. I think my one takeaway was that we really have a lot of very engaged and very educated members and people that are interested in and looking for opportunities to engage with us more deeply on a variety of topics. And I already knew that, but it was great to see that. And it was great to see that they were willing to engage with us in a digital way, because I think we would all prefer to be face-to-face in a room with cookies and coffee. But it was great to see that we had such a high participation digitally, which I was, I was curious about if that would be the case. Did that answer your question?
That did. And then I had one more for you, if that's okay. And this one actually comes from a member up in the Hermosa Valley who does a lot of work with ELL and affinity groups for our Latinx community. And she was on a webinar, she was saying, and that was highlighting kind of innovative things that co-ops are doing across the country. And she saw they highlighted Taos, who has 2 full-time staff members who help people fill out paperwork and forms. And I know that this particular member, I sit on an equity group with her, and in conversations with our Latinx community, that's come up as a barrier for their ability to participate in rebate programs and other things, is just like having someone who can walk through forms that aren't in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
And so just curious, she was wondering if we have, I know we have incredible CSRs, I told her that, but she was curious if kind of what the process is, if there's someone who speaks Spanish, and if we've done any outreach to kind of the affinity groups that support that community.
Yeah, this is an area that I've been actually looking into more since I got here, just about what our bilingual capacity could be. Obviously, we have limited resources, but it is something that is important. And I was also just curious if we were going to do something in another language, would it be Spanish? Or would there be another language that would actually be more beneficial to our demographics? So we've actually been looking into the demographics of the area, trying to get a better understanding of who specifically our members are and what that second language would be. And we'll be doing more work on that into the future. But just regarding our Spanish support, to your question, we do have a CSR who speaks some Spanish. But we also have several staff that are fluent in Spanish. And so when a call comes in, we usually get the number and have one of our Spanish speaking colleagues give them a call back. And so we are able to support in that way. But as far as having forms in other languages, as far as having specific support for filling those forms out, we do not have that yet. But it is something that is on my radar.
And one thing I'll just throw out there, because I realized like to bring on translation support, especially if you're dealing with multiple languages, is quite expensive. But I think another way to go about it is to just do outreach to those trusted community partners that are out there that provide that support already. So for instance, I know Compañeros has, for Spanish speakers, has translation services, and they have staff on board explicitly for that purpose. And I think one of the things we're learning in a lot of these conversations is that communities that speak of different culture or different languages don't actually know about these programs available to them, because it's kind of not brought to them through a cultural broker. So that might be another way to really reach out to that community. And just in terms of COVID and impact, kind of any of the data that's out there shows that community is getting hardest hit. And so they could really potentially benefit from some of the programs we have, and I don't know if they are. So that might be just an easy step, would be to reach out to the affinity groups to see if they, just to let them know about the resources available.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to move to be safe and excellent in all that you do, which is more all that we do. And I'm going to start with Nadine to talk about people and culture.
We were pretty excited for our department. We facilitated our first remote benefits enrollment. We've always made a really big deal of being in person for open enrollment, and this year we're doing everything remotely. So it's been really successful so far. I'm sure we're going to find ways to improve as we go, but we're pretty excited. I'm really proud of our team for figuring out how to make everything remote. So just want to do a big shout out to the people culture team, Jeanette and Tanya.
Thanks, Nadine. I'm going to keep rolling because we have 15 minutes for this section. We still got to get to Carl's finance report. Accidents and incidents. So Jerry's going to briefly talk about these two. And that's, we put an X there because we don't want any accidents.
So we had 2 incidents. First one was with a lineman on an after hours call, and it was dark. He did have his headlamp on, but he stepped into a ditch in just that change in elevation. He slightly twisted his knee. He's doing some physical therapy right now on it, and he's hoping to be back at full duty by the end of next week. And then the other incident was with a contractor working in our new Animus substation. And they were working in a man lift, and they contacted one of the I-beams in the substation. And all the procedures, safety procedures and investigation procedures were followed. And improvements are being made and lessons learned.
Thanks, Jerry. And the details are on page 20. So I'd like the board, if they have questions, please refer to those details. Okay, now Drew's going to talk about cybersecurity and keeping our grid safe. Holly, did you have a question before?
I just want to tell Jerry that I really did appreciate all the lessons learned underneath each one of those incidences. I learned something as well, so thank you for that.
Good to hear.
Thanks, Holly. All right, Drew.
All right, so we wanted to highlight us blocking phishing attempts. Phishing is the way that the majority of cyber incidents are initiated. And so it's something that we really focus on. So our automated system is good, and it's blocked 95% of phishing attempts, but that's not 100%, and it never will be. And so we think that it's very important that we really focus on training for employees to catch that other 5%. And we feel like we have a really successful program, and I'll take any questions if anybody's got any. Thank you.
Okay, now we've got a few others talking about pull top rescue training, and then Drew's going to talk a little bit about spam email blocking. So these are getting into a little bit more specific. So Jerry, you want to talk about the pull top rescue?
So our pull top rescue this year, we have 2 locations, Pagosa and Durango, and we've always done them separate. So we all got together and collaborated as a team and decided that we were going to do it all as one. And we are also going to include the office personnel who aren't that involved and make honorary members of teams. So that's what we did. We got everybody together. It was fantastic. Great turnout, great competition. It's just like CPR. We hope that we never have to use it, but you know, the better we can train on it, that kind of thing, the better off we're going to be in that certain situation. The winning team was Evan Moore, John Keating, Ty Mortensen, and Nancy Andrews as honorary. And the overall winner was John Keating, one of our newest linemen, and he just smoked it. It was awesome.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, it was great morale booster. As Jerry mentioned, the Pagosa and Durango teams crews have never been together to do that. So this was the first time in history for them to join together. So it was great to see them talking, and they mixed the crews, which was also fun. Joe, did you have a question?
Yeah, Jerry, can you tell us a little bit what a pull top rescue is and what you do when you do that training?
So we have a 160-pound dummy, and we put a climbing belt on him, and we hang him from the crossarm, or right below the crossarm between the braces. The linemen have to start with their tools completely off, just like it were a real situation. The timer starts, and they have to put their tools on. They have to climb the pole, and then wrap a rope around the dummy, wrap a rope a certain way around the crossarm. And there's quite a few rules that they have to follow. But then they have to cut the belt and lower the dummy safely to the ground. and they have to complete it within 4 minutes. And our guys, they crushed it. It was most of the times were half of that minimum time.
And what happens if they don't finish in 4 minutes?
Then they have to do it again. They have to complete it under 4 minutes before they're qualified to climb a pole, pretty much, which is a huge part of our job.
Yeah, and Joe, to your point, I think it's pretty awesome to watch. So I'm going to ask staff to see if we can post a video of maybe John climbing. If we have it, that'd be great. Or just make him climb it again, Jerry. Okay, so another kind of cybersecurity effort. We're going to change this metric in the future, but really what the spam email blocking was about, it's more in regards to Cybersecurity Month. So October was Cybersecurity Month, so we don't need to go into the spam blocking too much. But the point of that is, you know, as you all know, just to stop all the stuff coming into the system. But Cybersecurity Month was national, or October was National Cyber Month. So Drew and his team focused a lot of October on those efforts. Drew, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I was just going to throw out a couple of highlights on that National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We had a lot of fun with it. We got to steal some of the spotlight for the safety video of the month, giving out a lot of tips on how to be safe online and protect the cooperative data, as well as a lot of tips for how to keep your family and yourself safe at home and at work. So it was a good opportunity. I think we learned a lot. So
thank you. Okay, the next thing, obviously, that finance group has been working very hard on in October, and not just October, all the months preceding that was the budget book. So I'm going to skip that because we're going to have Carl go into detail on that a little bit later. Delinquent accounts. Carl, did you want to give or Hillary, because this was a big effort from 2 different teams working together that what I heard didn't historically work all that closely together. And now that budget and finance group is working closely with the CSRs, are coming out with some awesome ideas of how to help our members. And this is one of those. So Carl or Hillary, do you want to just briefly chat about that?
Do you want a paper, rock, scissors, Carl?
Sure.
No, I mean, I would just echo what Jessica said. Our billing and customer service teams are working very closely together. There's also, as you know, an amazing network of cooperatives across the United States that really banded together during this time to brainstorm the ways that we could help our members while ensuring that we were still financially viable organizations. And so the repayment plan options, the vast number of organizations in our communities that are currently offering support services for people who've been financially hit by COVID, and then collaboration within our team have really contributed to getting us to a point where our delinquent accounts are lower than any time even last year. So.
Thanks, Hillary. Here.
Thank you. Okay. Distribution of the utility. So I'm going to pump this over to Dan. Oh, Tim, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's I'm anticipating one of these. So maybe Dan will answer it. So let him speak first.
Oh, okay, great. All right, Dan.
Yeah, I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights here. One is with the passage of ballot initiative 4A in our recent election. We have a real opportunity to engage School District 9R and the replacing of their buses. So Dominic is definitely engaged with them and the manufacturers, trying to find a good path forward for them on school buses. We have some funding budgeted for next year on that, as we've seen in our budgets in the past. So excited to engage the school on that. We've started that work already. And with heat pump investigation, I just wanted to let everybody know that we are actively pursuing, trying to figure out that right model, find the right training for contractors. We've been talking with a couple of the contractors that specialized in ductless systems, one specifically in our area that has recently come in. So definitely wanting to engage these people, make sure that we have the resources there before we really hit hard on the promotion side of it. So I'll stop there. I don't know if I got Tim's question or not.
Well, I just wanted to add a few things that I mentioned is that
the cities.
Staff has been working with the city on developing what a fast charging station would look like. And so we're still in building that up before we bring to the board because we need to make sure the city's on board. So I've been working with Jose, the new city manager. So we've got that proposal over to Jose and him and his staff are looking at that. So we're not going to give too many details here because we still need to work that out with the city. And also in regards to heat pump investigation, we are working with Forecor. I've been talking to Lori about this because this could be a nice complement, having them really do more of the customer side of that. So we are still trying to work out what the best plan would be. We'll talk to San Miguel Power, as Dan mentioned, and other groups like EPRI has great research on heat pumps. And really that, I think that will be our push in 2021. So you'll see that in our 5-year strategic plan that we're going to bring back next month that shows a big effort in that area. Right, Tim.
Thank you, Jessica. Thanks, Dan. You might have partially answered it. I'm just the EV bus opportunity. I'm really thrilled that you're working with IR on that. I think that's really critical and important. I have a couple questions. One question about that, which is there discussion ongoing around the use of PV as well to charge those buses through the school system, you know, the bus barn or any place else? And another question is a little off the 9R, but goes to the Durango City EV Readiness Plan. Is there any kind of update on that? I think you're also working with them on that, and I'd just like to get a quick update on that if possible.
Yeah, let me start with the EV readiness plan. I don't have a lot of fresh details on that. I know that Dominic's definitely engaged with the Brindle Group. They're meeting frequently on that. Brindle Group is also engaging different stakeholders. They may have talked to some of you as board members even on some of this stuff. So we're still in that process of developing the plan there. I'll try to get a new update from Dominic on that and pass that around to the board at a later date through an email or something. Then in regards to using solar on the EV bus opportunity, there's not direct talk about that, but I would say that we would want to, with the partial opportunity that we have, I think we really want to start steering people towards the possibility of participating as part of this larger system that we're putting out there. If we've got a renewable portfolio sitting there already, we'd really like to see people leveraging a lot of those types of assets there. It's a lot more cost effective possibly for folks there, but obviously not ignoring the local aspects and putting some in, but I think it can be more cost effective to be part of a larger system that we can put in locally and have them participate as part of that through a subscription service or something along those lines too.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that, and then I have one other point about the appendix information. You know, I tend to agree with you that it'd be great if we had our own local generation portfolio that school district and others could utilize, but we don't. And the timing of what's going to happen with this bond is going to be much quicker than I think we'll ever see out of a partial or a full exit from Tri-State that would allow us to do some of that. So, you know, I'm highly encouraging that we offer to work with and try to work with 9R in their bond passing to look at the potential for solar that would, you know, help with charging as well as powering the schools and so forth. And I think some of that would be, you know, what's the capacity and things like that or for those different facilities. So I really do encourage that. The other thing I just wanted to mention was I see that the MED chart is in the package here for the appendix. And I just want to thank you, Jessica and your staff for including that in this package. You probably just got tired of hearing the squeaky wheels. So that's a good thing, and I thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you for noticing.
And for those listening, MED is Major Event Days. It has to do with our outage profiles and statistics. Go ahead, Jessica, with the next questions.
Thanks. All right, Joe.
Yeah, about the heat pump. So I'm kind of going to be in the market for a new hot water heater soon, and I know other people are. So what if someone has a question about these, who do they talk to? Because like I said last time, people at Home Depot are worthless. They don't know anything about it. And so how do I go about getting information and then, getting that kind of hot water heater? Is there a way to do that now without, again, all these other things being in place?
Yeah, Joe, what we're working on is we are trying to provide more customer service on those issues. And that's what I'm talking about. This next year is going to be a real push for a website for the community to go to that looks at their options. So right now, we don't have that set up. We're working on it. I would say that the best person to contact is calling a CSR, and then they can direct that and customer to an energy service advisor, which is Hillary's team, to be able to talk about heat pumps. But we're also trying to develop a preferred contractor list and educate contractors on heat pumps. So we need to educate them on heat pumps, right? So that they don't dissuade our customers from installing heat pumps. But how we get there is we need help from LPEA and those groups that have really done the research on these. So we just need a little more time. Joe, if you want to talk about heat pumps, you can call me though, because I've installed heat pumps personally and been involved in research with LPEA on heat pumps. So I can connect you with folks as well.
Yeah, I don't think I could afford you, Jessica, but okay, thanks.
Okay. I love heat pumps. I can talk about them all day long. All right, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks. I was just curious, kind of as we talk about fast charging and installation of things, how does that all align with the Colorado Corridor project? I know we got bumped off for this last year. Are we still on for next year? Yeah, just help me connect the dots if you wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't say we got bumped off, Rachel. They're just actively trying to get something in, and it's hard to find a host site. And that's been the challenge, is the person that's willing to put the money forward to be that host site, take the responsibility of operating that system. So ChargePoint is still putting these in. They're actively trying to find host sites. That's why we're engaged with the city, and virtually all the installations they have put in successfully through the corridors have been some sort of private, a public-private combination, combined effort there. So look, we're trying to leverage our funding to make these a little more feasible for the host sites, and we have some funding available for those types of efforts, is what we're trying to do. So we successfully got one in Pagosa. Still trying for Durango. The one north in Silverton has had issues too, so they've started coming into our area a little bit, looking at Purgatory for that. So it's not ideal where they've got that one, so we're not real fond of it, but we're still working with them and trying to find exactly how to make that work.
And Dan, just one quick clarifying follow-up. When you say public-private partnerships that have worked, are those like the public sector would be the municipality and the private would be a utility, something like that?
Exactly. A lot of times they've had some sort of it's county or city or municipal that's been involved with utility.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sue has a question.
Yes, thank you. Mine comes from the EV rebates that we give. Does that come from La Plata Electric, or is that tri-state, or a combination of both?
Right now, it's a combination of both, because Tri-State originally, when they had their rebates, required a matching offer from La Plata Electric, and that's how we set our rebate up. Tri-State since then does not have that requirement, but we still feel that's something we want to invest in. So that is definitely there. The key is the control aspect. If we can control it, we make up that rebate that we're offering in a matter of months.
Okay, we are going to move on unless oh, Rachel, did you have one more?
Sorry, yeah, just one more on the rebate front. It sounds like we'll get a deeper dive on this next month, but just while it's front of mind, because I know looking at Hillary's report, it was, or someone's report, it was talking about how much of the rebates came in the commercial LED program. And I can't remember if is that one slated to roll off next year, or is that program continuing? Do we know
No,
yet?
it's continuing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to roll into Carl's finance report, please. And Carl, did you want to share your screen?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to, and it couldn't find. There it is. Sorry about that. And take it as. Okay, can everyone see that? Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so as we touched on before, in October, we were able to meet all but one of the approved financial goals. And the one we missed, as Jessica touched on, was very close, and I was very tempted to keep rounding it up, but we weren't quite there. But 2 days later, we were. So as of November 2nd, we were over 16%, and as of today, we're around 17.5 in terms of cash reserves and their relationship to our operating costs. And all the others, we were comfortably within the range, or in fact over the range. I'll just briefly touch on MDSC, the modified debt service coverage. This is somewhat skewed if you look at it monthly, because we make our debt payments on a quarterly basis. So the month after you pay a quarterly payment, it goes down somewhat. So that will be back up around 2 by the end of the year. So how are we doing against our budget in terms of our operating margin? So the budget's blue and the actual's orange. So as you can see, we're doing rather well. Q3 especially, you can see that we had budgeted a very small loss, and we've actually achieved a sizable gain in terms of operating margin. There's a few factors at play there. The biggest one being our cost control, our use of our labor on capital projects. But the other factor to consider is that this is where the rate increase kicked in, was at the beginning of Q3. So that contributed to having a positive operating margin. But it's also worth noting that the budget assumed there would be a rate increase. So the Q3 spike is really driven most of all by cost control. And moving on. Here are our highlights. Green is good, yellowy orange, perhaps not quite so good. So this is the first 5 of these points relate just to the month of October. Total operating costs, as I mentioned, significantly below what we had budgeted, nearly $250,000. And the big chunk of that was payroll, $190,000 below budget. We touched on this earlier, but delinquent accounts, less than $10,000, and that is lower than at any point in 2019. So, you know, let's not belittle the hardships people are going through locally. I know that's a real thing, but I think our 6-month payment plan has really helped to keep people up to date and not put too much stress on their finances. So our sales were 8% below forecast in October. That kind of is consistent with where we've been most of the year. Residential sales were about where we expected, but we have seen the decline in commercial and industrial sales. One thing to draw your attention to, gross margin was a little lower than we have been experiencing. Dan, please correct me if I get this wrong, but as you recall, in late October, that was when we started to get some actual cold weather. Having only lived in Durango since January, I thought it was just gorgeous all the time, but then it got cold. And what that does is it drives up our peak power. So our big bill kind of operates like a normal residential bill now. So our peak power was very high, but because most of October was mild, we didn't have the underlying sales to support that peak power charge. And that drives down our, with the increased demand, that drives down our, what's the word I want, Dan?
Load factor.
Load factor, thank you. Terrible. And that means that our sales don't go up with our cost of power, if that makes sense. We're paying more because of that low load factor. So to round things off with a nice message here at the bottom, we're looking at the 10 months of the year as they've happened so far. We are $1.5 million over budget in terms of operating margin for the year to date at the end of October. Thank you. Any questions?
I think Tim had first question.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Carl. I know we discussed some of this at the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, and afterwards I had one thought, and I'm not sure, maybe Dan could address, which is, I was curious about the fact that this cold snap increased our demand, it looks like. I didn't quite see that in the performance statistics, but you know, I'm not doubting that it happened. It just didn't show up as well. Possibly because that's current year to date versus monthly in terms of the demand number you give. But the other piece that I was curious about was how much would snowmaking have affected that? Is that cold snap and that utilization of snowmaking, did that create some of that demand that we saw that, and it seems like a timing issue then?
It does impact it a little bit, Tim. Snowmaking is only about 3 megawatts. We're talking like a 20 megawatt increase, so it was definitely a portion of it. Snowmaking is on a time of use type structure. So if they run during our peak, we call that golden snow. And they may have blown some golden snow there, but they would have paid for it.
All right. So it would have shown up in the increase in revenue and not just an increase in cost. All right, thank you. That was helpful.
Hey, Sue.
And thank you as well. My question comes from page 76, which is in the appendix area, and it's the statement of operations. And I have two questions there. One, on the administrative and general expenses, it looks like we're up quite a bit over the year. I'm assuming that's probably, some of that is probably the attorneys that we've paid, is that correct?
That is correct. That's part of it, yes.
Okay, and then on the other deductions, can you tell me what is considered other deductions?
Yeah, so other deductions, there's a couple of things in there. One of them, the majority of it is actually going back some years, we refinanced our long-term debt and went to CFC after being with RUS. And to exit the RUS financing, we had to pay a fee. And that has been amortized over a period. And that amortization is the big chunk of what makes up other deductions. There's a couple of other things in there as well where we have to, if a project is written off, you know, a capital project doesn't come into fruition and we've been capitalizing it, we write it off there. But there's, I think there was, if anything, less than $1,000 in October.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sue.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, in the appendix items, last month we had a list of the contractors and consultants that receive payments. And I don't see that this month. And I know we're trying to shorten this thing, but I would like to see that. That kind of gives another window into some things. So any reason for that? And
Joe, that's historically always been a quarterly report. That's what we've always done. And I think probably if we keep it at that, that's probably okay, if that's okay with you too, but that's always the way it's been done.
So I got Bob or Kirst.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, Carl, just a quick question. I know we've talked a little bit about how one reason we're doing well is that retail sales have really been strong while commercial has lagged, but retail has made up for the difference. Do we have, and I saw in the consent items, we just a huge number of new accounts, just really kind of amazing. So I was curious on the data side, what percent increase we're seeing in residential year over year?
It's a good question, Bob. I would have to get back to you on an exact number, but we are seeing growth every single month.
Yeah, well, yeah, no rush. It's just interesting. I think it's a really good indicator for us in terms of economic health, and growth in the area is reflective of lots of things, apparently COVID being one of them. So at least there's an upside to that, but look forward to hearing maybe what that percent increase is maybe next month. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
Hey, Kirsten.
Thank you. I want to note two things. One is that our load factor at LPEA is one of the higher load factors around the state and actually within the whole tri-state community. So we do a really great job of trying to balance stuff out. And when we do get these hiccups, we can see what the effect is. So there are some folks who always have a lousy load factor, and it makes their electricity so bloody expensive. So I'm glad we manage that as tightly as we do. I have a specific question on page 80 where we talk about the revenue generated per kilowatt hour sold. So for the residential, it's almost 16 cents per kilowatt hour sold. I am interested to, and I will do the homework and go back to compare this to last year if we had this same data. I'm interested in the impact of the rate increase in this number. How much of this, so let's say if it was, I don't know what it was last month or 6 months ago or last October. Let's say it was 14 cents last October. So would all of that be rate increase, or is this a good place for me to look for the impact of the rate increase? Is my actual question.
Great question. And this is where Dan is, we're going to move on to our next section, which is talking about this in particular. So if that's okay, I'd like to let Dan go through his presentation.
Jessica, on the next page, Kirsten, you can see October year-to-date 2019 compared to October year-to-date 2020. And you will see the actual revenue per kilowatt hour sold per classification of rate. So you do have access to that information. It's not as fine grained maybe as you're seeking, but you can see that on that next page. Performance statistics part 1. So.
Yes, thanks, Tim. That's right. Okay, Dan, do you want to share your screen, please?
Yep, I'll get going on that. Give me a moment as I fire this guy off. Okay, are you guys seeing that in presentation mode now?
Yes.
I hope. Great. Okay, so I'm hoping this just sort of answers some of these questions we've had here lately. I know this has come up at past board meetings as well. Just people, directors wanting to know, is our peak power rate performing as anticipated? And that's what the purpose of this is. We've gathered some data here I'd like to share with you based on September's billings. And the key takeaway I want from you to take from this is that it is impacting bills pretty much exactly how we expected it to. We're seeing an overall increase on bills that average around 5%. We'll get into some of these details here in a second, with that increase being about $5.10 per member per month. And as anticipated also, we do have some net metered accounts that saw larger percent increases, but they're typically a relatively small dollar amount associated with it. I'll get into that more detail here in a little bit as well. Some of the key takeaways that we've had and what we've learned, not just from looking at this September data, but taking phone calls with people. I've had a couple phone calls myself with some people that have vacation homes, and maybe they're just there 2 or 3 days a month. And so when they're there, they're setting that peak, but they, just like our power bill, they had low underlying kilowatt hour usage. So that peak power charge was a larger percentage of their bill. A good good solution to that, we usually steer them towards time of use on things like that, and that's a good solution for them. We also have a very similar thing with people that have large loads that come on occasionally. Maybe they've got this welder driveway heaters, heat tape on their house that just come on for a few hours during peak times during the month. And time of use is a solution to this, but also timers. So we've had our energy management group working with these people, talking about timers and how they can put those on and steering them to a product that they can purchase. And then the other thing, last item of note I'd like to point out here is that some people have a large percent increase, some have a dollar amount increase. They don't necessarily coincide because you can have a very small account, like I said, a solar account that maybe had a very small bill where they're only paying their base charge. Now that they have to peak power charge, as a percentage, it's there, but it's usually a small dollar amount. But if we see something that has a over 10% increase and something that's like $20 and that results in $20 or more, that's definitely something we want to proactively reach out to some customers on. We had 24 accounts out of our 42,000 that fell into that category. So really a relatively small amount there. Then what we have here are just a few charts that I can point out to you. These are charts very similar to what we presented in our presentation. We talked about the rate design itself, and the intention of this is to show you the number of accounts and what the impact was. This one in particular is looking at dollar amounts. And so we had a lot of accounts that had very little because maybe they were only paying the base charge. It's a non-usage account, a vacant home. And so there's 5,000 like that. And the way you would read this is that we have 4,700 bills that went out that had between a $4 and a $5 increase on it. We've got some average and mean statistics here. And I just wanted to point out there are a few counts that did see greater than $20 increase, but some of these accounts could normally have had a $400 or $500 a month electric bill. So 20% is well within that percentage range that we were looking for. And so the average percentage that was in there was only 5.4%. Once again, that is right on target with what we were shooting for there. And then if we look at this on a percentage increase basis, once again, number of accounts on the y-axis, we're showing the percent increase on the x-axis. A lot of people sitting here between that 4 and 6% as designed. And once again, towards the end, you did see some that were, over 20%. But if you look at the average dollar amount, it's still fairly low, sitting at $8.30. There was one that had a maximum of $43. That one sort of caught me by surprise. I went and looked at that bill specifically, and yes, they have a $500 a month electric bill. Some of these are very large ranches, very large facilities that sit out there. And so once again, that was as anticipated there. Now, what I do want to you watch as I transition to this next slide here, the only difference is going to be I'm going to remove any net metered accounts from this chart here. And you'll see the difference that it makes on this greater than 20% spot here. And so I'm going to advance to the next slide, and you see that drops significantly. So a lot of people that do sit there were net metered accounts, but once again, a relatively low dollar amount that was usually sitting under $10, under $5 for a lot of them there as anticipated. So if you had a normal house, still saw that $5 increase there. And so that was a whirlwind there, but that's all I had on that. If there's any questions, I can go back to.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I think Kirsten had her hand up first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dan, my apologies for not looking at this earlier. I just skipped right by anything that
Okay.
was. So I really appreciate it. I do have one question for you. On all of your charts where you have both average increase and mean increase, are you meaning perhaps median increase?
You are correct,
Okay,
Kirsten.
thank you.
Average and mean are pretty much the same thing. So median,
Okay,
you're right.
Okay, super. So the median increase, which is more informative to me, is, for instance, $4.53. Okay, super.
Yeah,
Thank you
that's
so
the
much.
one right in the middle.
Thank you.
All right, Dan. Huntington. Dan, you're still muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Dan, you're talking number of accounts. Is that each meter?
Yes.
Like I have four meters, so it'd be just account with equal meter.
Yep. It's the number of accounts, not number of members. Yes, you're right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Great, thanks. That last slide, percent change, it didn't have the actual percentages, maybe.
The percentages down here on the bottom, or you're talking the mean and the average?
Overall increase, mean increase.
So I included that on the one that included everybody, since the last slide was just a same chart, but a subset. I didn't feel that was really valid there. So, you know, I can get those if it's lower.
Well, they're the same as, as the first chart, essentially. Dollar impact from peak power charge is what I hear you saying, right? I also, it also seems to me that another statistic that I found helpful, and I sort of added these up in that dollar impact from peak power charges. Essentially, almost 60% of the members saw an increase less than $5. And if you go to 6, it's almost 70%. So I think that's meaningful as well when you have the majority of the members having an impact of $5 or less. That's all impacts are significant to anyone who has to spend money. But I think good job to you and to the staff that helped pull this together to have as minimal impact as possible on these, while still helping us to meet our goals. And then, in terms of how much of the impact has had on lowering our peak demand charge, or peak demand in terms of our supplier, at some point, I know this might be very early, but at some point I would really like to see that kind of information as well. So, thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, we'll try to gather that information as, like you said, we can really start to see the trends after a while.
All right, thank you. Joe.
Yeah, I think this is worth highlighting in, the newsletter or even on the TV show to show, we had a lot of pushback on the rate increase, and this shows that it came in right what we were talking about. So let's not hesitate to push this out to the public too.
All right, Joe, thank you. All right, Kirsten.
Yeah, so major kudos to the staff and to the Finance and Audit Committee at that time, who went through this rate design and figured out, okay, this is what we think it's going to be, and the modeling, as we look at this, is pretty dead on. So that's a really fabulous job. You don't always see this kind of good story that comes out of a model. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirsten. And a lot of it has to do with the AMI data. That was really key in that proper rate design. We had very good information to go off of.
Hey, thank you. All right, so Brett, it's off to you now to go through the Finance and Audit Committee.
Okay, and I think this is actually a good time to take a break, since it would be a 10:30 break. And so let's go ahead and take a break at this point, and then let's plan on coming back at 10:40. 10:40 will get it started. Thank you so much. Okay, those who are on can start putting their video back on and we can get prepared to start the meeting again. All right, just another comment about the new peak power charge. I was also impressed and encouraged about how few really aggravated members we had. And I think a lot of that goes to our communications staff and the team all working together to identify those who are going to be most impacted and reaching out to them. So that's good. And I also am encouraged that now all of our residential members have some pressure to when they use electricity. And I think as we do further education in the future, this will help us as part of it being this educated member base as well. Okay, so let's go on with the next part of the board agenda. And this is the Finance and Audit Committee. So Tim, if you would take that up, I would appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Britt, I think. Okay, so you all have a copy of the report that we put together. So we don't need to go over the financial review. Carl's already done that for us this morning. Probably the thing that we need to look at mostly here this morning is finish the 2021 budget approval process. And I think Carl has a presentation for this that I'm going to hand over to him in a moment. But essentially, the committee is recommending that we finish that approval process at this meeting. We've already taken steps for 3 of the components of it, and this will be for the last couple, which should result in hopefully a presentation and approval of a resolution for the 2021 budget. So Carl, would this be appropriate time? You ready to take us through that brief presentation on the budget summary?
Absolutely. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
There we go. So here's a summary of much of which you've already seen related to the 2021 budget. And the first thing we identify is how this budget relates to the board's approved financial goals. And as you can see, it meets them all. We have budgeted an operating margin that is 1.36% of operating revenue. The goal for 2021 was 1%, which, as you recall, increases by 0.5% each year until we reach 3%. Cash will be 16.7, equity 49.1, long-term debt lower than equity. And the last two are not actually part of our approved financial goals, but they, as we agreed at the time, they kind of fall out. If we meet the others, these will work in terms of covering our debt covenants with CFC, and we show an MDSC debt service coverage 1.9, and the OTIA, which relates to our ability to pay interest on our long-term borrowings at 1.95. So 5 ticks, 5 check marks for us. Here's some of the highlights. I want to thank Tim for noting that the 2020 projection that is in your board packet, unfortunately, was not correct. It should be this 104 million number, not 103. So I apologize for that oversight. But in focusing on the 2021 budget, I think the thing to really pull out is that our cost of electric service, which is cost of power plus operating expenses, is almost $2.5 million lower than we had budgeted for 2020. So that will generate an operating margin of $1.47 million. So moving along. So I'm trying to, rather than have everyone combing through the balance sheet and cash flow, which I know is not the most they're not the most user-friendly documents in the world, trying to illustrate what happens in terms of our cash usage in 2021. And you'll see, this is my attempt at animation, and I'm quite pleased with it. I'm not an artistic type, but it's all right. I wanted to have them like water flows, but I couldn't manage that. So going in, we have obviously the revenue from electric sales. That's our bills going out to members and then being paid. We are forecasting that we will borrow an additional $10 million in 2021 to help finance the capital projects. We also will derive income from non-operating sources, principally capital credit retirements from the cooperatives that we are members of, such as Tri-State, CFC, NISC, Western United, etc. So incoming cash is around $120.5 million. And here's what our outgoing cash will be. And as you can see, it's slightly more. So capital projects, 16.6 million. We've approved those as well as the capital items. So our biggest bill is our cost of power, our electric bill, as it were. Our operating expenses with the cash operating expenses, so we exclude depreciation in there. We have our debt repayments. This doesn't include interest because I'll be double counting it because I've already included that in our operating expenses. But the actual capital of our loans that we'll be paying back to CFC in 2021. And for the time being, I've put a capital credit retirement number in there that's equal to what we did in 2020. So that may change depending on our financial condition when we come to deciding that. But for a placeholder, I've used the same number as 2020. So moving along, this is one item that we have not approved in the profit and loss account or income statement, is the non-operating items. Some of these are really our best guess because we don't know exactly what the co-ops that we are members of will be allocating to us in 2021. We don't have that information at the moment. So the 2.4 million and the 745,000 are our best estimates at the moment. I know Tri-State have some very favorable results in 2020 related to their outside non-member sales, which may drive that 2.4 up, but we're being somewhat conservative with that right now. The other thing you'll note is the income loss from equity investments. That is fast track. That may be higher, but I know the team over at Fast Track haven't concluded their budget. So for the time being, that's what we have. And non-operating margins interest, you'll see that's a lot lower than we get budgeted in 2020. We are not holding a huge amount of cash in terms of short-term investments. And the yields on those have been very, very low indeed. And I don't anticipate that they'll get any higher in 2021, which is why that is such a low number. So this is one of the items that we'll be asking for you as a board to approve, is the non-operating income in the budget. Do we want to go through the whole presentation before we do questions, or pause?
Yes, since no
questions at the moment, Brett?
Yeah, and the next part's pretty key anyway to tie it together.
Sure. Then we move on to the balance sheet, which is another item we're asking for you guys to approve today. you'll see a sizable increase up here in the total utility plant, which ties into our construction work plan plus the capital items. We have also, in terms of this, the margins flow through. We also adjust debt accordingly. So you see it's gone up by a net of around close to 4.5 million, borrowing 10, and also paying back around over 5. What are the other notable items on here? I think we've budgeted to do is try and reduce some of the materials and supplies that we're carrying as inventory. I think those are the only notes that I wanted to call to your attention. Then moving to the final item that we'd like you to approve today is the cash flow statement. You can see here on the ending balance that there is a decline in 2021, which we saw in our watering can illustration, but we will still have, this still works out to be, if we include that with our short-term investment, which we can convert to cash straight away, we do meet the 16% criteria for having cash levels related to budgeted operating expenses. The rest of it is just really calculating movements in the balance sheet. So I get to what I'm asking today is, you guys have already approved the operating margin, approved the capital items budget and the capital projects budget. And today we're asking if you would approve those non-operating margins, balance sheet and cash flow statement. And if you do and are satisfied with them, then we have a resolution 2020-16, which would be the final budget approval for 2021.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Now we'll go on to some set questions. Sue McWilliams, you're up next.
Hey, thanks, Carl. I want to let you know I really appreciate all the work you've done on the budget book. I do have a question on page 1 or 2 of our packet with the temporary investments. Is that what used to be the rate stabilization fund? And why are we changing the name of that?
It's always been classified as a temporary investment on the balance sheet. You are quite correct, Sue. That is the where we keep the rate stabilization fund. Essentially, it's like our savings account. But just in terms of statutory presentation, so when we put our accounts forward that are audited by BKD, that's how that line is represented. Might be a good idea for our internal documents to change it. I think that's a good idea, so we know exactly what we're looking at.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Rachel, unmute and go ahead.
Oops. Yeah, on the cash flow statement, page 103 in our packet, can you remind me, what are trade accounts payable?
Mainly that's just the things we're buying. One of major supplier being Western United, you know, for all our supplies and so forth. Those are what we have purchased but not yet paid.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Lewandowski, unmute and go ahead.
Carl, where do the PPP loan, assuming that's forgiven, how does that all fit into you know, our next year's budget?
That's a good question, Joe. I have ignored it for next year's budget, which may be wrong. In terms of cash flow, it makes no difference because we have the cash. We received that in 2020, but the forgiveness process we will either record that this year or next year, depending on when the SBA process our forgiveness application. And there's, if I was a betting man, which of course I'm not, I don't have any vices, they would, I would say it would be 2021, and that would be non-operating income for us. But I have left it out of the budget because it may happen in 2020. So that's a good question, and that was a decision I think we knocked it around in the Finance and Audit Committee. But right now, that it will show up as non-operating income in either 2020 or 2021.
And Joe, that's on page 101. So if it happens this year, there'd be a line added to that. If not, next year when we look at it, there'll be a line in there where that would be included.
So it's really just a paper transaction. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything going forward, essentially, right? I mean, as far as how much money we have. And
not unless we have to, everything changes and somehow we have to pay it back, but there's no indication of that.
Yeah, I'd be hugely surprised if that happened, but who knows?
Okay.
It's been a year of surprises.
Yes. Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. So I make a motion that we approve the non-operating margins, balance sheet, and cash flow statement. I assume you want another motion for the resolution. So
yeah, we'll do this one first and then look for that one. Is there a second to Tim's motion?
Kohler will second.
Kohler seconds that. Now, is there any discussion on this motion? And again, the key part of this, looking at page 104, is we've approved these other things. Now we've got the final details on this, and we're looking for improvement on this. Any discussion? Tim?
Not really discussion. I just want to highlight again how incredibly informative and transparent this process has been. If we look at the budget book that Carl and finance team put together, that is an incredible amount of information that details everything we need to know and provides me a lot of reassurance about what we might approve here is the total budget. And the format is highly readable. I want to give a lot of credit to them, and I also want to compare it to what happened the first year I was here, where I was given like 10 minutes to look at a summary and asked to approve it. This is a huge improvement over 3 years ago. So I want to thank them a lot.
And I'll second that, Tim. And thanks so much to our leadership and staff for changing the process and making it so much more informative and transparent. Holly, would you go ahead?
I would like to third that, Tim's sentiments. And also, I'd like to thank the Finance and Audit Committee overall, because I really do try to come to as many of those as I possibly can to be educated. And you guys do a great job, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. No other comments? All right, we've got a motion to approve these in a second and comments. All those at this time who would approve this motion to approve the non-operating margin, balance sheet, and cash flow statement, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please unmute and let us know. And any abstain? Okay, unanimously passed. Now we have on page 125, the final step of this that pulls it all together. Let's see, I'm zooming down to page 125. That is resolution 2020-16. I'm looking for a motion to approve that resolution, and then we can discuss it if necessary.
So
Kirsten, go ahead.
I move that we approve the resolution.
2020-16, moved by Kirsten. Is there a second? Speak up.
I'll second that, Bob.
Bob's got a second. I know there are several, but I happen to capture him. Thank you, Bob. Is there any discussion on the approval of resolution 2020-16, which is approving the budget for 2021? Kirsten?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So it's not about the resolution itself. I just did want to close the loop on the PPP. I think the way that you mentioned it, Britt, is that if we don't have to pay it back, there won't be an effect. Actually, If we have to pay it back, there won't be an effect on our operating margin or our non-operating margin. There will be an effect on our cash flow. So the figuring out where we're going to put this either this year or next year, it will affect our margins to a very positive degree. It's just to Carl's point, we've already, the cash has already happened, so it's not going to affect cash flow. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, all those who would approve this motion to pass resolution 2020-16, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who oppose, please unmute and let me know. And any abstentions? Okay, that resolution is unanimously passed. Great work on the budget. Okay, we can go on to the next item on our board action agenda is the Broadband Committee. We would like to hear an update on that progress. So Kirsten, could you go ahead with that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I am trying to make sure I choose the right screen to share here. I've got it. Okay. So where the Broadband Committee has been over the last couple months is basically kind of figuring out the state of where we are. And then we had a very informative meeting yesterday where Fast Track also talked about what they've been looking to as far as fiber. So I just want to kind of give you a sense of where things are in our service area. Now, this comes from the Colorado broadband map, and I just took a series of screenshots. So this is our area. Here's Pagosa Springs. Let me see over here. Get my mouse up there. Pagosa Springs, Durango, and then here's the tribe, and then we do mostly see a little bit more of Hinsdale Mineral than we cover, but I had to make this a square thing. When we look at what people have from a wireless standpoint, what availability do they have? We see that we cover a whole bunch of people, but I want you to notice that it's fairly slow. We're talking about it's 25 MIPS or someplace between 25 and 100. And the interesting thing about this availability is it's not really everybody has that. It's going to be if there's any one person in those areas that has that, then we don't have enough people who. Sorry, if there's any people who have that, then everybody counts as having it in that census block, and that's not necessarily a true statement. You will see that we have a bunch of orange down in here, and when I get this legend out of the way, you'll see that we also have some orange down in here. I'm pointing that out because I'm down in here, right here, and I'm orange, if anybody cares. All right, now when we look at the wired, though, we see that, so wired is going to be either fiber or DSL is actually counted as wired, and then also cable. So when we look at that, we see that certainly in the Durango area and a bit also in the core area of Pagosa, we see those high speeds. Just let me get back to that legend here. All right, I overdid my mouse. So the legend shows that those really high speeds here are greater than 100 MIPS and less than a GIP. And some of this downtown, if Durango is more than a GIP, which is pretty fabulous. But there's so much left to be done. So when you think about our membership, this isn't our membership map. This is what they have that's of a decent speed somewhat. But when we think about our membership map, we've got members all through here and all through here. We have about 20,000 members that don't have access to even 10 MIPS of speed. And when you think about trying to do your remote homework, when you think about trying to do your remote work, and then that entertainment thing called Netflix and all those other things, not having this kind of speed that we see for the wired is a pretty sad state. And then the other thing is going to be cost. So within Colorado, only 3% of folks in Colorado have access to high-speed internet at less than $60. And that, by the way, is the fourth worst in the nation. So that's one of the few places that Colorado really suffers. I'm giving you all this information. This is kind of a summation of what we've been hearing from folks. I'm giving you all this information because I want you to understand what the need is out there. This information, again, comes from the Colorado broadband site. They do have a speed test, and Tim has been very good about encouraging us to use that. Jessica, is this something that we can encourage our members to do? Because I would really like to get a much clearer picture of what our members are experiencing.
Yeah, Kirsten, we'll look into that. I'm not sure if we can because it's not our website. It's not our data. We're not the ones that gather it. So I'm not sure it's okay for us to actually put on our website to encourage people to do it. But
okay, sure. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. So I've got my request out there. Just let that know how that happens. So where we're going with this now is we've identified this need. We still don't know if we have a role to it in it. We do know that there's a lot of barriers for getting that, and cost is that big thing. Again, we're one of the worst states cost-wise. So what we're doing over the next couple of months is identifying, well, we've already identified those barriers, and we really want to drill down on, okay, is this a true barrier? Is this a barrier we can break through? Is this a barrier we can say, you know what, we just don't want to bloody deal with it. We're going to set that aside. So that's where we are. We've been throwing a lot of information into our broadband committee on that Google Drive thing. And that's been great. We've had a lot of participation in our meetings, and I appreciate that. Does anybody from the Broadband Committee want to add anything to what I have put out here?
Okay, let's hit a couple questions. Rachel, go ahead, unmute.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for bringing this information forward. One question I have, Kristen, with the map that you just showed with the blue blocks, blue, orange.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the things that keeps coming up in different meetings I'm at is how unreliable that data is. And so or not unreliable, but inaccurate. And so this is as accurate as we can get. And like you said, if anyone in any of the little census blocks has, you know, the 20 MIPS or whatever it is, that's how it gets represented. And so if that's true, are we still trying to get better data, or is this kind of, I know work's been done on it, and is this where we need to be in terms of data accuracy? Just big picture, because people keep bringing it up, and I don't know if I should refer to this map and say, no, this is good.
No, I am saying this is not good, because I'm saying this is a rosy picture. This is saying, hey, they have access to some high speed. That doesn't mean they necessarily have it. And I still see so many places that don't have anything at all. And then I see so many in the light blue, which really isn't enough for, certainly it's not gold standard. And right now it's really not even silver or it's kind of more in the lead standard kind of grouping. So I agree. This is the best data that is available right now. What Colorado Broadband Office is trying to do is do this speed test. If you go to broadband.co.gov, it's right on their front page, do the speed test, and that is really going to help them drill down to this and say, well, what really do people have? So I agree, it's not the best data. I'm not sure that what data we can get. We are discussing at the Broadband Committee of it just came up, do we maybe do a survey? That was just kind of one of the future steps that we discussed. We didn't even discuss it. We just kind of threw it out as a future step. Do we do a survey of our members and say, is this something that's important to you? And by the way, what do you got now? That's where we are. Answer your question, Rachel? Okay, super, thanks. Anything else?
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good question, Rachel, and it's a good reply there, Kirsten. But I will say that speed test, that button that you showed and the link to that speed test, it is more than that. It is also a survey. So it provides you an opportunity to test your connection, but it also then asks you a series of questions about your provider in more detail, as well as, for example, what your service provider promised you when you signed up and what you're actually getting in the speed test. And that's always a remarkably different result, in my opinion. So it's really worthwhile. That is Colorado's method to correct these maps. And that's important. Also, so like Kirsten said, these maps are pretty inaccurate in a granular level, because essentially, the highest connection within a census block is considered to be available to everybody, and that's just not accurate. So Colorado has this speed test survey. That's a good way to actually drill down. Colorado also passed a law in the last legislative session, which allows any entity that seeks grant funds for broadband to improve broadband within their community to actually dispute the results that are in that map through their county commissioner or local elected municipality. So if an entity wanted to get some grant funds, they could also, and they were denied because it was already covered, they could do their own testing, bring that to their county commissioners, and for example, and the commissioner said, yeah, this looks like that's wrong. They can then appeal that grant rejection through this statute. So those are two avenues in Colorado. There's also a third avenue at a national level, the FCC, which provides a lot of funding, grant funding, including the Rural Development Opportunity Fund, or whatever it's called, grant funding that Fast Track has qualified to participate in and is participating in trying to achieve those grant funds. They're also trying to do a better job of mapping locations that don't have what currently they're thought to have. So I just want to point out there are multiple efforts. This is something which is clearly recognized as a deficiency in our ability to put funding into the places that need it the most. And that's a good thing. In the current legislative session, or upcoming one, I think, there will also be a proposal to allocate some more money from the Colorado budget towards rural broadband, and will also change the funding mechanism that we all pay on our telephone bill to reallocate that funding back into broadband rather than just supporting the CenturyLinks of the world. And I think that's also something we have to keep an eye on as we move forward. So, thank you. I hope that wasn't too long. Kirsten, you're doing a great job. Thanks much.
Great, thanks. Anybody else? All right, Britt, that's it for us, I believe.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next part of the agenda, which is going to be Rachel. Look at page 126 of the board packet. There's the LPEA retreat planning report. After Rachel gives us a summary of that, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve that, which would mean we're agreeing to participate in some of these meetings and retreats that she's putting forward. Rachel, would you go ahead?
Sure. Hi, all. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to work on this. So John, Tim, myself, and Nadine all sat down last week to take into consideration some of the conversations that have been swirling around about the value of getting together for an extended amount of time. And we just started off with really brainstorming around where there would be value in doing so. What are some of the things that have been brought forward in the past? And kind of as we discussed it, there were a number of issues that came up. And so it seemed like to really address those effectively, rather than trying to squish everything into one overwhelming retreat, we broke these out into a couple of different elements that dovetail with each other. And so One of the big things that came up, and I actually saw this in the notes, I think from the Finance and Audit Committee, was a request for a deep dive into the partial contracts situation with Tri-State, so a power supply question. One of the other pieces that came up was recognizing we've got a new board and we haven't done, and it would just be nice, especially since we've been meeting virtually, to do a little bit of work to really center in on what our norms and values are as a board, and kind of use that as a springboard to look at our board function and our board performance and how can we really not step it up like we've been slacking, but just use that to catalyze some work and become more effective. There was also kind of a request and interest in looking at revisiting strategic priorities for us specifically as a board, again, recognizing we have new membership, but also to kind of uphold our commitment that strategic planning is a living and ongoing process. And then lastly, just kind of a reflection and bringing back the point that we've been thinking about doing some board evaluation and making sure that was just a bookend to some of the work we'd set forward in terms of board norms and board performance. So based on kind of all those kind of desired things to cover, what we came up with is hopefully a digestible and manageable a bit of work. And so the first proposal here was that at some point before we have to make the decision, we're doing the work and laying the groundwork to really have a space where we can look at and discuss partial contracts, the partial contract situation and everything that goes into that. Then we put forward a proposal to have a two-part board retreat, kind of breaking things up into respective chunks. Session 1 would be in January and looking at basically coming up with our own code of excellence, and then also diving into perhaps giving ourselves some tools in some of the sticky situations that come up with board participation, both in kind of amongst ourselves as well as outward facing to the community. For example, how do you handle dissent in a really productive way? Session 2 was kind of bouncing off of that and really focusing our work on looking at board priorities. And John, do you want to speak more to this?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Just if you had any, wanted to give any detail to kind of session 2 of our proposed retreat about setting board priorities.
No, I think you're doing it.
Great, sounds good. But yeah, that was both a revisit and to our strategic plan, but also just focusing in on what the board could set forward as things to focus on for ourselves as we move forward to the year ahead. And then kind of moving forward, talked about doing a board evaluation in March. And then last was revisiting the code of conduct policy 129, code of conduct and ethics that we heard public comment on this morning. And again, really having used all of the work we've been doing to this point to inform and frame any updates to policy 129. So that's kind of what we're putting forward.
Okay. So to formalize this, I would like a motion to be made that we would adopt this planning report, this plan, you might say. And then that would give the planning group, this committee would then have to take on the task of actually finding the dates and putting together an agenda for each of these things based on this. So that's what I'm looking for. Kirsten, go ahead.
Two things. Yes, I want to make that motion, but before I want to make that motion, I also want to personally commit to the process that was outlined here. And I think we all need to before we vote yes on this, are you willing to personally commit to this time frame? Because I think without that personal commitment, we might as well not do this. So I would like to move that we adopt the plan that the board retreat subcommittee group, informal folks have come up with.
All right, is there a second for that? just speak up.
I'll second it. It's Tim.
All right, Tim has seconded it. Now we're looking for discussion. Joe, go ahead. Unmute Joe and go ahead.
My only ask is that these meetings not be called during the same week as a board meeting.
Yeah, scheduling will no doubt be a problem. The first one, it looks like, would be tied in with the Finance Committee meeting, which would certainly hit a few of us. And maybe, but others, I have no idea how that will turn out. But we heard you, Joe, on that. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct a little bit what Kirsten said about this sort of group. You call it several different things, and actually, this was a committee that was established by a motion of the board last month. And I just want to make sure we're all aware that the three of us were assigned this task, and Rachel has led us to this point. So it's not just sort of an ad hoc thing. It's real. So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Yes. Any more discussion on this motion? All right. All those who are in favor of the motion to adopt this retreat plan, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any
I had
who
a real quick question, Britt, just before we go on.
Yeah, Bob, go ahead.
Just quickly, maybe I missed it. Did you have in mind a length of time for those sessions? That'd be Zoom sessions. I just wondered what you were thinking.
For the board retreats and such.
Yeah, yes.
I think we were talking about not a full day, like maybe a half day at most. That's part of the reason we broke it out, is just to make it manageable, but also realizing productivity tanks after a little while. But that was kind of the longest I think we'd anticipate is a half day.
That sounds right to me. I agree with you. I just think smaller chunks is a good idea. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Are any opposed to this motion? Please unmute and identify. And any who abstain? All right. It looks like that passed unanimously. Thank you, Rachel and committee, for doing that work. We'll look forward to when you start figuring out how to pick some dates and get this lined up. Okay.
Britt, can I make one quick request?
Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of our next steps we outlined as a committee was also just finding our facilitator or facilitators for these sessions. And so just if anyone has a facilitator, ideally we're hoping to work with someone local that you've enjoyed working with in the past. Please just email me a name and contact information if you have it. Thank you.
Now, I assume that would include staff as well as board who could contact you with suggestion.
Yes, please.
All right, will do. Next is the policy committee. Dan Huntington let me know that he's had some additional work commitments that have come up. So he asked if I could find someone else to be the chair for this committee. I did ask, and therefore I'm appointing Sue McWilliams to take over as chair of this committee. And I'm not certain if that starts with this meeting. So I'll ask Sue, are you going to start speaking for the committee today?
No, I thought I would let Dan take over this time.
All right, Dan, if you would then kick off the work that the committee's done, and we'll go on with that. Thank you. Dan, go ahead.
Yes, we had our meeting November 5th, and Shay has put a memorandum in here outlining the changes we've done to policy 112, 113, identifying them or making those almost identical in terms of the regulations and commitments. So anyway, I assume everybody's read those, and we would make a motion to approve these as presented in the final document.
All right, Shay's memo is on page 128, and Dan has made a motion to approve policy 112 and 113 as presented in this series of documents. And policy 120, 112, the clean version starts on page 130, and 113 clean version on 136. So
Good,
there's
I'll
this motion made.
second.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Joe.
Joe has seconded it. All right. Now we've got time for some discussion of these policies, but let me preface that by the way we're hoping this goes forward. If there are minor changes or typos found, let us know to some extent, but we don't need to get too busy. But if it's significant changes that you do not accept what's in these policies, then there would be just brief discussion and we would probably table them and send them back to the committee. And those who specifically object to these would need to let the committee members know and to deal with it. And, and if there's can be handled that way, that would be good. Because what we're trying to not do is, have a lot of wordsmithing during our main meetings like this. However, I understand that sometimes there are policies that we're just not going to agree on, and we're going to have board vote on specific parts of them. But hopefully we can reduce that where we can. So with that said, Rachel, go ahead.
I think I might be doing what you just asked us not to do. So
Well,
you
let's
tell
see.
me. I was looking at page, it's the policy number 112, item 3, special meetings for bylaw amendments. It just reads funny. And I had text to clarify it, but my email won't work on my silly iPad still. So I couldn't email it out. Should I just email it? If it is of nothing substantial and material.
Well, yeah,
changes.
that is the kind of thing that it would be best to pass that on to the committee so that when they take this up again, they would improve that language. But if the language is not a total screw up, in other words, we can kind of get what it means, we'll go ahead and adopt it.
Okay. I'll just email it then for later consideration.
Yeah, because these will come up every now and then. Kohler, go ahead.
So you don't want the grammar things. But I would on policy 112 on 3, and that number 3 under C, very last line, it says electronic petitions or signatures. I question, should that or be and or instead of just or? Because or means you have a choice between one or the other. And I would think that we don't want either one of them. So possibly putting and or there. And that
Shay,
what's that?
yeah, Shay, do you follow that? That is a key question that is to be clarified on C3. It says now neither electronic petitions nor electronic signatures will be counted. Is that what the intent is?
So that's correct. That we are not going to accept electronic signatures, and we are not going to accept electronic petitions. We could say instead, neither electronic petitions nor signatures will be counted, and that would capture that. Does that take care of it?
And that would take care of it. And it's also, we have the same thing on policy 113
Yes.
on page 1, 2. It's a couple spots in there. So if we do that, I think that would clarify it. Thank you.
All
and
right.
I'll catch that on the other policy as well. Thank you.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just a little bit of dissent here on how much we discuss these things. We had a little discussion about this at the meeting. And what I'm concerned about is if someone says, gosh, I don't like this sentence, and then we table it, and the only people that hear about the objection to that sentence is the committee. I really think that the board needs to, and I'm all for not doing extensive wordsmithing during the meeting, but I also, policies are what govern our actions in large part, and I don't want to shut down discussion. And if someone does have an objection, I think there needs to be a good explanation of that at the board meeting and say why they disagree with that and why they believe the item should be tabled and not just done through an email. And then the other thing is, Rachel, I didn't follow what your concern was so can you point that out better?
For section policy 112, item 3, section A, currently reads, in the event of a special meeting to consider a bylaw amendment via petition, the board will make every effort to ensure that if the proposed amendment is to be decided at a special meeting, the voting is conducted by mail ballot. It's just clunky is all. So I was just proposing if a special meeting is required to consider and decide upon a bylaw, voting will be conducted by mail ballot. It's just for clunkiness sake.
So if I could jump in here, I mean, it's really not a best practice, I think, to dig in and start wordsmithing in real time like this. You know, first off, it's a huge time sink. And I think, Joe, your point is valid that you want to record key objections and you want to make sure that people had a chance to reflect on this. But this just isn't a great forum to do that. I would suggest if the motion isn't ready to go, that, you know, we should discuss it. We elect not to vote on it, and it gets kicked down to the committee again for corrections and then back up. We sunk a ton of time last time in doing this, and it's just not a best practice.
Yeah, and the idea would be for something like, Rachel, your suggestion where it works, but it's clunky. I would like you to improve the wording, but that would be done by mailing it to the committee chair so that they would take it up again. However, like Joe says, if there's something wrong or somebody doesn't agree with it, well, that has to be discussed. If that person has no support, well, then we're going to pass it. However, if there's support, it would have to be tabled or it would have to be changed. So that's kind of how we're going to try and work. You know, obviously there's going to be some situations that we'll struggle through, but we'll see if we can do that. And Joe, any other comments on that, or is that sort of what you've?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, you know, I don't know what best practices are for discussing something at a meeting, and I agree completely with wordsmithing. But I would like to say that, you know, we're board members, we're paid to do this, and you know, we have one big board meeting a month. And I think it's important that if we have concerns about these things, that they are discussed in a manner that's meaningful. And I do not want to just degenerate into exchanging emails that way, because that's not an open process in my opinion.
And sorry to clarify my own thoughts there. I agree with you. If there is a material objection, that is absolutely, we should be able to talk about it and hear about it and communicate it both verbally and in writing. It was more of a, you know, getting in there and editing, you know, are we saying nor or for or but for, or, you know, wherewithal. And I think that ends up being, it's just very hard to consume, at least speaking personally, it's extremely challenging to consume information that way and make decisions if I don't have a chance to reflect on it. But I am not in any way trying to push away, you know, push down a forum to say I have a concern with a particular proposal. I think that is time well spent.
And in most cases, our policies aren't under extreme time consideration. Certainly there's some cases they would. So it doesn't kill us sometimes to, if we see quite a few things we don't like, we send it back and people make comments on those. Okay, John, Lee, go ahead.
Well, to the end, I think if a resolution or a policy is coming in front of us, it should be complete as it stands and not changing and changing again. And then we're going to vote on somebody else's capture of what we just punctuated or wordsmithed or, you know, even had an objection to. And then when we get a clean copy, I'm interested in voting on that and having the discussion around it, even some discussion on the material of it. But, you know, I've done a couple of last couple of meetings where I wanted to table policies like this because we were in the midst of still writing them. And this is not very constructive to be written here. And to get everyone's involvement and have it go back to the committee and then come back forward with the committee recommends this, or these were the changes. Those red lines are great for somebody like me who's still understanding the meat and potatoes of it. So I like, you know, a call that says this is actually what we're voting on when we get to it.
Yeah, it sounds like we're on the same wavelength with that for sure. This time, and we did make a very slight change to 112 and 113, so it's not 100%, but I think we're still close enough, and we will strive. And that does put a little bit more pressure back on the policy committee to work really hard at trying to make them clean when they come forward. But they're not always going to pass. They're going to be sent back now and then, because that's just how when you have a 12-member board it goes. So that said, is there any more discussion on the motion to pass these two policies with the slight change that was made to them? All right. All those who are in favor of passing policies 112 and 113, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any opposed, please unmute and let me know. Any abstentions, let me know. All right, those have passed unanimously. Good work, policy committee. We appreciate it. We'll see what
Okay,
you
our
have
next
next month.
meeting is scheduled for February 3rd. And we're going to work on the setting up a list on the policies that we need to work on.
Okay.
And I appreciate Sue taking over the chairmanship. I just don't feel like I'm putting enough time into this to get it done right. Thank you.
Okay, now actually we're amazingly on the schedule that was put together on this agenda. I guess as lucky as that might be, but we'll see how we can stay on it. Next is a resolution 2020-17. I have a note that the presentation for this resolution is on page 130 and the resolution is on page 137. Oops, I think that's the old numbering. So let me see. No, the presentation is on page 140 now. So if you would turn to that part, and then we will go ahead and look at this resolution. Now, remember, we had quite a bit of discussion of this in our committee of the whole and on our last finance committee and actually last month. So this is now kind of tying some of that up. So Dan, if you would go ahead with that presentation, we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Britt. Yes, we're amazingly on time, and I will do my best not to mess that up. All right, so you should be seeing the presentation here now. Thanks for the introduction there, Britt. As you said, we've covered a lot of this ground already in previous committees of the whole and previous board meetings as well. So this presentation is focused on the application of the partial requirements offering from Tri-State. And to do this, we're going to have an agenda here where we review the application requirements, review the process for the open season, and review a staff request to submit the application for up to the maximum allowed. So let's get into this. So let's talk about the application here first. LPEA has received our 90-day notice on the partial requirements open season from Tri-State. Tri-State is currently offering a 300 megawatt open season right now. We received that on October 12th. And it said that application forms are due with the application fee on January 11th of 2021. There'll be a 7-day window in there for them to receive applications, or I guess 5 working days, to receive those applications from various members, and then they'll start processing those. La Plata Electric they go back and look at our average peak demand, take 50% of that, and that is our limit for the power requirements, or for the partial requirements application process for LPEA. Now, the application does have a maximum and a minimum capacity entry. So LPEA can say, hey, I want up to this amount, but anything below this amount just isn't worth our effort. Maybe the economies of scale don't work out for us. So there is the option of putting a maximum and a minimum in there. We are allowed to go up to 74. We're going to submit for 74 on the maximum end. We should look at a minimum. I don't know if we get an allocation that's incredibly small, like 2 megawatts, which I can't imagine, then we might want to consider that. So there are application fees that go along with this. when considering 74 megawatts, the Mars application fee would be 39,500. The max application fee is $79,000 even. And that's once again based on 74 megawatts there. Okay, so let's talk about this process here. And I do want to make a clear distinction between what we're asking for here is to simply apply. We are not talking about a contract at this moment in time. And that's why I'm saying there's no commitments at this point other than the application fee itself. Once we have power supply and everything figured out, that's when we move to that next phase. But so there's going to be, like I mentioned, there's 300 megawatts out there. Members apply for a certain amount. If LPEA applies for 74 megawatts, that's 25% of that 300. You know, that we would take 25% of that capacity. If LPEA was the only entity that applied for partial requirements, we would get it. In fact, if 4 or 5 apply, we're likely to get it. But if enough people apply, enough members apply that it exceeds 300 megawatts, then it's allocated to the members on a pro rata basis based on that system limit I was talking about. So we're at 74 megawatts, United's going to be higher, Poudre Valley could be higher, but most everybody else will be lower. And so if maybe let's say there's 400 megawatts of requests, then it would be allocated based on those system limits there. And we could get something less than what we requested. That's why we might want to consider a minimum in there as well. The application fee would be refunded if we do not get our minimum capacity requested, if it's not met. Then the next phase after that, once we find out what our allocation is we go and try to secure power supply and work through the details of the power requirements contract. And that timeline's not defined in there. Once we have our allocation, maybe we get the 74 megawatts, let's say. So we go try to secure that power supply. You know, we could take years to do that. Of course, it's in our best interest to move that along as quickly and expeditiously as possible. Then the buy down payment itself, what would be associated with the partial requirements contract would be what the policy states is that it's made in accordance with the partial requirements contract if we decide to proceed. We may, after we find out the details of our replacement power, now we've got a pretty good idea on what pretty confident on what we can get that for. And I think there's a very positive path forward for us. But if something comes up, if there's terms in the power requirements contracts that we don't like, we are not obligated to proceed. What we would lose then would be that application fee. Then in summary here, as we talked about, there is that limitation of risk to the application fee, no commitment until the contract stage occurs. There's a high probability that we can reduce our power supply costs. We're going to go over those details in the Finance and Audit Committee. January 10th is when that is. But we have a high probability of lowering cost and increasing the renewables in our portfolio. And with this resolution, staff will go out and seek those best solutions to not only maximize our carbon reduction, but also minimize power supply expense and ensure that we have the headroom to do at least 15 megawatts of local generation. There's some different options we'll go over with you at the Finance and Audit Committee. And then lastly, we have the recommendation to approve resolution 2017, which is shown here and on page 147 of your board packet, to allow us to move forward with this application process. I would be glad to take any questions.
Okay, let's do questions and discussion before we ask for a motion, unless somebody's already jumped into that. Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. Thank you, Dan. One question I have is, should we pay this application fee and we use the entire allocation? Does this application fee apply to the buy down payment at that point?
It does not. It does not. It would be a separate transaction.
So it doesn't, so it's, we pay that fee, and then we also pay a separate.
That's correct.
And I wanted real quick, I'm going to ask Kohler to jump in because I know there is some discussion among co-ops of whether the application fee should apply or not. Kohler, did anything new come up about whether the application fee is non-refundable or would apply to the down payment?
No, it stands, as far as I know, as the way Dan had projected it.
Okay, thank you. And Kohler, I'll get back to you when I go through the rest of the list. So Tim, go ahead.
Great, thanks. And then just to clarify on the, I think for all of us, at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the application fee of Mars or Max, and it would be one or the other that we apply for, is that correct?
What was the question portion of that, Tim?
So when we go to this application fees based on the maximum, 74 megawatts, there are two options. One's Mars, one's Max, right?
Yes.
We would be selecting one of those.
Yes.
Right?
You can actually do a blend of them. Is the way I read the application that we could do. We have 74 megawatts to play with. You could do 60 Mars, the rest Max. It gets a little complicated doing that. I think you're going to see in our Finance and Audit Committee presentation that there's going to be some options that surface to the top more so than others. And you probably want to look at those maybe more carefully.
That's helpful, but I think my question is specific to the fees here that we would pay to access that. So I'm just trying to say that it looks like, are we going to apply for this? Do we have to pay $39.5 plus $79?
No, that would be
70.
Yeah. So yes, Tim, I understand what you're asking there now. So when we identify what megawatts would be under Mars and what megawatts would be under Max, those fees are based on the megawatts. So the total can't exceed 74. So what the numbers I'm showing here is if we went all 74 Mars or all 74 Max.
Right, but that's the resolution. We would be applying for the maximum. And so we would be on the hook for one of those fees, not a combination. And it sounds like it would be the max fee, which is the most expensive. Is that correct?
If you went all Max, that would be the highest method.
Yes, Tim, you're correct. We only need to pay one fee. That's right, not both.
Great. I just want to make sure we all are on the same page about what that resolution implies in terms of, that's also the highest risk of loss. If we went for this and we didn't use any of it, we would have paid $79,000 that we didn't get back for the option to do that. That option, it seems like, goes on for a long period of time. There's no, it's indefinite, I think is what you said.
That's the word I used. I saw nothing, there could be something in there, but if you look through that and I didn't see anything that was.
Tri-state or LPEA's life, whichever is shorter. All right, thank you, Dan. That was good clarification.
All right, Sue McWilliams, unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. On that same page, Dan, can you refresh our memory on what Max and Mars stand for and what the differences are in those?
Sure. Mars is Member Auxiliary Renewable. Oh, I forget the S, but
Supply.
Supply. Thank you, Bob. And what that is, it's we go out and procure non-firm power. We take wind and solar as the wind blows and the sun shines. Then Tri-State is still performing the firming service of that. Whereas Max is an option where we go and get firm power. We could get a firm and steady block of power that doesn't deviate. So maybe it's 50 megawatts flat 24/7, or there's an option under Max where it actually is 50 megawatts that follows our exact load profile. So those are the primary difference between the two is that one is non-firm and the other is firm. And so there's cost differences when you go look for those power supplies as well, if it's firm.
And am I correct in assuming that this resolution does not identify which one of those we're going to apply for? It's more generic to just, yes, this is what we want to do.
Yes.
And just to clarify, we would like this broad stroke resolution because then in the December Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we're going to dive more into the Mars and Max.
Okay, Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan or someone, can you explain why we have to pay an application fee and what it actually gets us? And when they review that application, could they say, oh, we don't like this, so you'll have to do it again?
Sure, I can touch on that, and Kohler, you can fill in any gaps I have. There's really two purposes to that application fee. And I know there was a lot of discussion at Tri-State about this. One is to prevent people just from requiring and absorbing the capacity with really no intention of moving forward with that. There could be some members out there that might want to just say, hey, I want to put in 50 megawatts of renewables with no intention of doing it to prevent others from doing it. And I know that sounds pretty devious, but that was one of the things that was a concern. And the other is there is cost associated with Tri-State processing these applications. And this was an application fee to cover those, cover those expenses as well. Kohler, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered it very well. I would just add one other point, and that is that once the open season closes, if you ask for 50 megawatts and that was approved, and then afterwards you decide not to do it, that 50 does not go back into another opportunity for other co-ops to suck it up. And that's another reason behind this fee up front, is so that people don't tie it up, because it gets tied up forever. It's not just for the open season, it's tied up. So that's just a little extra on what you mentioned.
And Joe, to answer the other part of your question, it's a very structured process within Tri-State Board Policy 124. After the application fees are received, how they're handled. There's no subjective nature to that. It is, okay, here's the numbers. If it's under 300 megawatts, you get the number. There's no, we don't like you, you don't get this portion of that at all.
Okay, Rachel, unmute and go ahead.
There it is. Yeah, I guess a couple of questions just regarding a little bit about timing. And so I know that later in our board packet, we have a request from Tri-State to sign some sort of letter saying we support their, I think it's this exact open season application process, blah, blah, blah. And so what if any risk, I mean, does it matter if we pass this now and then FERC denies it? That just kicks things back to us, like any risk there? And then I think the other one is just curious why now versus doing it at the December meeting after you've had Finance and Audit Committee to dive into this and figure out if you want Max or Mars and are moving forward with that. So any help on timeline would be helpful.
Graham, can you help with, or
I'll mention I'm going to jump in on the timeline, is that Rachel, when we got the policy that deferred, let me step back. When the resolution you guys passed last fall that gave us a 3-pronged strategy, you gave the staff the authority to make these decisions. So in reality, we don't need this resolution to move forward because this continues along the path of opening the door to all 3 options. This is one of those options. However, we felt that it would be good for the board to pass a resolution. We want it as broad as possible. And the reason why we want that is to give staff the flexibility to work with Tri-State. Let's say that we bring another resolution in December and we specify, but between December and the time we apply, things have changed, and then we don't have another opportunity to bring it back to the board. So we would like a very broad resolution so that staff can do our due diligence with the Finance and Audit Committee to find the right option. But again, if something changes in between December and January, then we want to be able to apply in time. So I hope that makes some sense. And in regards to the policy 124, Kohler and Britt and I have had this conversation in regards to, yes, we should support policy 124 being submitted to FERC for review. FERC will review it, and if they deny it and say costs are too high, numbers are too high, or they have any issues, it will be kicked back. And if they determine that the costs are too high, we would get a refund. So there is not a risk to this moving to FERC, because again, if there's changes at FERC, then Tri-State is required by law to then flow those changes down to us. So honestly, we cannot even go forward with this formally until FERC approves it. Although Kohler may have some more insight into that. Maybe Tri-State's feeling like they can go forward, and if FERC denies it in the future, then that's a risk to Tri-State. I'm not sure how they've worked on that.
Yes, they do look at it as they can go forward. And FERC allows them to go forward with the option of a refund. So many funds would be refunded if it fails.
Okay, Rachel, did that answer what you're after? Do you have a follow-up for clarification?
No, I think I understand, but I guess it still sounds like maybe I should restate what I just heard. Is the staff has the will and authority to move this forward. They want a resolution now so they can feel more supported and comfortable bringing this to Finance and Audit Committee, and more supported in their negotiations with Tri-State. And then if we firm something up, that comes forward again in December for the board to meet and decide on. So this is more, I guess you're wanting to get the sense that we support this and you're on the right track.
Go ahead, Dan.
And Rachel, if it's any comfort too, the real approval of the board comes with the contract at that later phase. This is simply the application I want to remind you of at this point right here to move that forward, which, as Jessica mentioned, was really part of that three-pronged strategy. We're still moving forward with that. We want positive affirmation from the board is always good to have, both from a member communication standpoint and from the fact that it takes a lot of work for us to go out and move forward with some of these things. And we love to know that, yes, the board is supportive of this measure here so far as we go forward with those steps there. But do keep in mind that real authority and approval from the board comes at that contract phase.
And what I would add to that too is remember that there's other work that's gone along with this. Partly we wanted the board to, if I wanted to find out if half the board said, there's just no way, we're not going to do this, I'm going to fight this tooth and nail. We kind of needed to know that, but if people are still willing to go along with it, fine. But other work that's gone on is we have to have already reviewed the contract to make sure if we found there was something in that contract that was completely bogus, there was no way we'd ever sign it, well, we wouldn't even take the first step. We've also gotten some preliminary pricing from people, and if we found out that the pricing in our area was so high, the numbers wouldn't even work, we wouldn't take this first step. So there's been some work going along with this to, at this point, still indicate like it might work. So we're continuing to push that. I think that's sort of a fair summary of that. Kohler, you got your hand up, so go next.
Thank you. Just a quick note, and that is, and I won't go into the number, but Tri-State did do a survey on people interested in the open season, and it came in undersubscribed. So more than likely, we would get what we asked for. The comment I want is I am fully in supporting this resolution, but I would ask, it does mention in here that we will be submitting an application up to the maximum allowable capacity. It doesn't mention the minimum. I don't know if that needs to be in there or not. I know you want to keep it broad. So I support it the way it is now, but just a thought about the minimum. Thank you.
Is there any comment, Jessica or Dan, on a minimum or need for one? Or is that best left open so you guys can put a minimum if you choose to?
Yeah, I would leave it. I would rather not choose a minimum at this time. The maximum was basically by design of Tri-State. They said you could apply up to the maximum. So that's why we said, okay, well, we know what floor we have automatically with Tri-State. And so that's why we're just asking for that right now.
Thank you.
All right, I see no other hands up. So at this time, I'm going to look for a motion to pass resolution 2020-17, and then we'll see if there's more discussion.
So move by
I'll make
Kohler.
that motion.
Go ahead and somebody put their hand up so I can see it and know who to call on this one.
Make the motion.
Okay, John Witchell's got his hand up and has made a motion to pass resolution 2020-17 that direct the staff to put in an application for the Tri-State Open Season. Is there a second for that? I see Kohler's got a second for that. Thank you, Kohler. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All right. At this time, all who are in favor of this motion, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any who are opposed to this motion, please unmute and identify. And any who abstain? All right, this motion passes unanimously. Great, interesting. It's noon. Now is a good time to take a lunch break.
Rick, can I just talk about the letter?
Oh, pardon me, Kohler. Good for that. Yes, you had an agenda change. You were going to talk about something here, so go ahead.
I did share 2 letters that Tri-State sent to us last week with the board. One of them was member comments, and the other one was member comments with intervention. And I believe that what it is to support the filing that Tri-State did with FERC on policy 124. I think the intervention one would be a little more expensive. We have to have legal work. So I think the appropriate one that I'd like to try to get the board to approve is to do the member comment without the intervention part of it. And what this is this is to support policy 124 with FERC. And I think we've already kind of talked about that, because if FERC throws out 124, then everything we're doing is either going to get stopped or extremely delayed. So I am in support of the letter. I'm trying to ask the board if you would be as well. And that, it's on a page. I can't remember what page it is in the book right now. I don't have it marked down.
I believe 159, if that's the one that I'm seeing. Page
it is 159. You're right. So that's it.
Okay, there's been a suggestion that we can do that now, since it's an action item on the agenda. Kohler asked for that to be added in here right after we are going ahead with the application. So to actually take action on that, I think we're going to have a motion and discussion to do something here. I see a hand up, so let's go ahead with Tim first.
Yeah, I have a question for Kohler about the timing that's needed for this, because frankly, I got that letter this morning, with about 30 minutes to actually look at it. I don't think I've seen that before. It's kind of, it has some potential implications that are kind of unknown to me, that we're going to sign up to support some filing at FERC that I'm not sure that we want to do yet as a board. And I don't think we all have enough time to figure that out. And we also don't have our advice of an attorney and an opportunity to discuss that. So with all due respect, I unless there's some crushing urgency to this, I'd say we just park that until we come together again in December. So,
Kohler, do you know anything about the timing? Because I certainly agree with Tim on that, and I really wouldn't want to take action until we actually had some time in executive committee to discuss it as well. But Kohler, do you know about the timing?
Well, first, I'd like to say that I did share the letter last Thursday. It was an email I forwarded to you with several different things on it. It had both letters and it had the policy and a few other things. I do apologize not getting in until late last night as far as in the board packet. And with the timing, I'm not too sure, because it's up to FERC. It could be fast, it could be slow. I don't know. And I fully support having an attorney look at this. this. I don't think there's risk myself, but having the attorney look at it would be important. And maybe you could ask about it in your executive session today.
Yeah, and another thought I had is this is support. It probably really isn't going to have anything to do with whether FERC approves it or not. It's just support, and they're hoping to get more support. Let's see, still a couple more hands on this. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I still have, I appreciate maybe you sent that last Thursday, I'd probably get 16 emails a day. So that one probably didn't rise to the sense of I have to read this before the board meeting. So I apologize for that, Kohler, but I do read everything in the board packet. I usually try and do that on the Tuesday beforehand. And then there's always new things that come in, which is part of our process. But unless there's a urgency, I think there's a potential that you are not fully aware of strategic direction that we may be trying to go as a board with our attorney in executive session, because you are the tri-state rep and you get excluded for that, from some of that. And so I'm just uncomfortable. I'm not sure. And I just hope that we could take this up at another time. And that has nothing to do with your good sort of responsible effort to try and fulfill your role at Tri-State as well. I appreciate that.
Okay, Shay, go ahead.
Just a suggestion, because the timing is uncertain and also the need to run this by FERC Council, I would suggest that if you're comfortable with this, authorizing Jessica to evaluate the letter, make changes as necessary after consultation with your FERC Council, and if she feels that it is appropriate based on the overall view of this matter, to send it in. That way you don't have to worry about the timing of it. You've got somebody that's authorized to dig into this further, and you're putting somebody in charge that you trust to make that decision.
All right, Kirsten, go ahead.
Well, the other option we have is to submit a letter saying we don't support this and listing why we don't like it. So yes, it's timing, but it's also, we may not, I'm not ready to send a don't support letter, but I'm also not ready in any way to send a support letter, and I think we can remain neutral. This is a request that Tri-State puts out to all of their cooperative distribution co-ops, and a lot of them are going to do it, and a lot of them are just going to postage stamp it, and I suggest that we can speak strongly by not speaking at all on this.
And Shay, I'm going to ask you, there's sort of a timing on this on today's meeting, because we will discuss this a bit in executive session about how the politics of this, and ask the FERC attorney at that point. Can we move this agenda item? How would I do that so that it's still an action item that would be taken up after our executive session?
You could table discussion until a time specific. And so you could table further discussion on this until after your executive session.
And is that something I can do myself, or I have to look for a motion to table until after executive session?
I would seek a motion.
At this time, I would like to have a motion to table till after executive session. Will anybody make that motion? Then we'll discuss. No, I don't. I see Kirsten's hand up. Kirsten?
I make that motion.
Kirsten
I
motions to
second.
table till after executive, and Rachel seconds. Kirsten, your hand is up for discussion. Nope, it's down. Tim, go ahead, briefly.
Yeah, I think when Shay brought up the idea of the CEO potentially providing that authority, I think we already did that. So I think based on providing the authority for Jessica as our CEO back last summer to pursue FERC, Colorado PUC, and a three-pronged strategy, we've already provided that authority. And I think the question is really, how does Jessica want to understand the will of the board in this regard? So I hope that was brief enough for you.
Okay, there's a little bit too much pausing at the beginning, but you got to it. Okay, Jessica, go ahead.
I'm fine to talk to Matt Larson. This is about strategy. I think that the fact that we passed a resolution formally signals to Tri-State that we're still interested in pursuing the partial option. But with the questions in mind, I honestly don't think there's a need to send a support letter at this point, especially if there's still questions from the board. Kirsten, I think, rightly said that honestly, if the board can't agree, or if you don't see a measurable positive impact, then you just stay silent, right? Because we are signaling with the resolution to go for an application of the partial. That is suggesting our support.
Okay, there's a motion to table this till after executive session. Is there any more discussion on that? All those in favor of the motion to table this after executive session, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please unmute and say nay. Any abstentions? All right, I'll move this down in the agenda. And at this point, we're going to take a lunch break and we're going to get started again at 12:35. That's what I will aim to get started in 12:35. So we're on break now. We'll see you then. Thanks much.
Did you go for a workout, Brett?
I splashed the water on my face.
Oh.
It's like, wake up. Ooh, okay. People are there. Start putting your video back on. Let's see if we can get going. Oh, there they are.
Look at us on track, 5 minutes behind, 6 minutes behind. Now it's become like a pressure cooker, like who's going to screw it up?
Well,
unfortunately, I think I'm on deck.
Jessica, have you let Matt know about the time since it's different than he normally has been showing up?
Yes, Britt, he will be ready at 2:15.
Okay. Got that done. We got that done. Oh, okay. Let's see. Looks like everybody's back. I see Hallie. There she is. Okay, let's go ahead and start the meeting again. The next thing on our action item agenda is we need to have some director nominations for people to fill in for, or to people who sit on the Roundup board. I will kick this off first, I guess, to John to explain things. And then for District 3, we do have a nomination that we'll be ready to make. So John, if you want to say anything first, go ahead. John, did you have anything that you're going to say about this Roundup? I was mistaken it. No?
John Mitchell?
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
On the Roundup?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Who would be aware of which districts need somebody on who's on the Roundup board that can fill that in for me?
That'd be Kirsten or Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe I sent an email out right after the last board meeting clarifying. I believe we all needed one. I've got one for District 1. I'm going to check my email that I sent, and I probably should have resent. Sorry, guys. Asking you guys to have somebody.
Okay. Then we'll go through and see if we've got anybody for the various districts to be sure. But just to kick that off then, for District 3, we have gotten a recommendation actually from Brigham Wrinkle to nominate Caitlin Kimmel. And I have her phone and email address, and Caitlin has said that she will do that. So that's our nomination. And after we get the nominations in, then I'll ask for a motion to approve these nominations to sit on the Roundup Committee. So for District 1, do we have anybody there?
Yes, I sure do. So we would like to nominate Dr. Mosda Bruce. She serves on the food system. That's the Food Equity Coalition, and she's on the executive committee for Archuleta County. She also serves on the board and the foundation for Archuleta County Education. That's our FACE, F-A-C-E. She has a PhD in evaluation, measurement, and research, and a master's degree in public health. She's a trained nonprofit management and has extensive experience working with community programs and initiatives. I've been working with her through the Food Coalition, and I'm thrilled that she has agreed to, if we nominate her, she's agreed to accept that nomination.
Well, I'd say that's thorough enough. Okay, how about District 2? Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Donovan resigned. We need a replacement for it. And Betsy Remore has agreed to take that position, being we did redistricting and she got moved to District 2. So, and then the current person we have, she's agreed to and desires to rerun for a second term.
Okay. And for District 4, Sue McWilliams, go ahead.
Well, I think we still have Jessica Wheeler is in District 4 unless she's decided against that. John, can you fill us in there?
Yeah, I mean, she's good to go.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Hey, Brett, can you, you didn't say anything about Caitlin. Do you know anything about her background?
You know, I do have some email that had something to do with that. I made one quick search and didn't find it. I can ask probably John Witchell to say something, but I think he knows her about Caitlin.
Sure, I know her very well. Yeah, she's awesome. She's, you know, just one of those people. She's a sort of classic, you know, orangutan, just sort of contributes to the community quietly in her own way. And she has a 2-year-old. She's married to my former business partner, Travis Kimmel. They currently live, you know, right off 32nd Street. They are, you know, she's used to work at the Turtle Lake Refuge, you know, just a very even-keeled, thoughtful woman, very, very smart, articulate. So just couldn't ask for more for this role. So strong recommendation from my point of view.
All right, so it looks as if we have our slate of people to be on the Roundup board going forward. I'd like a motion to approve those Roundup board director recommendations.
So move.
Moved by Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Sue. Is there any discussion of these Roundup board recommendations? Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, could you just reiterate, please, the names and the districts? Just so
Yes, in District 1, I have Dr. Mosta Bruce, and apologize me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. In District 2, it's Betsy Ramir. District 3, Caitlin Kimmel. In District 4, Jessica Wheeler.
But is Jessica Wheeler up for renomination? I thought she was nominated and appointed last year.
That I don't know.
So I don't think she should be included in this.
I think that's right, Tim. I think she has a year to go, she said.
That's right. You're right. The only question was if she needed to recuse herself, and the legal attorney said she does not. So it was up to her if she wanted to. And so that was the only question. So she does not need reconfirmation.
Okay, appreciate that. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious, is Betsy Ramirez still on the ESC?
Jessica, do you know?
No, she is not, because she was redistricted. So she
Oh, okay. Okay, great. And then I guess just the second, is there, I know that there's been some comment brought up just about how, you know, how folks affiliated with LPEA represent ourselves in social media, et cetera. And I know Betsy's one of them that got flagged. And so just if there's any training we can do for, I know this is an amazing public service people provide to serve on these, but if we can just do a little education and training to folks about kind of what's hoped for in that regard, that'd be appreciated.
And it's Kirsten and Joe who are on the Roundup board now. I got that right?
Yes, sir.
Kirsten and Joe, could I ask you to make a note to remind all the new Roundup board members, and in particular Betsy Ramir, that she's now in a position where she's representing financial aspects of LPA, and we'd like her to be more cautious in her public postings on Facebook and the like, because I agree with Rachel, there has been some troublesome stuff done. So I think a simple reminder would be good. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yes, Naomi Dobbs's term was up for District 2. That's the one we want to reappoint.
Okay. So there's 3 appointments that are being made. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondering, first of all, I don't have any emails for any of these people, and how, I'm not sure how to if I should be the one, I mean, I'm in District 3, if I should contact Betsy, who's in District 2, I guess, and what we need to say to her. I don't want to just fire off an email about
No,
something.
it would probably be best during the beginning of the next meeting, the first meeting that she attends, just to talk about her responsibilities and the fact that now she's distributing LPA funds, and you can do it in general or in particular, however you choose. Is that helpful? And Dan, your hand is up. Did you have something else?
No.
Okay. And
Well, I don't know, you know, I don't know how serious, you know, what she was saying. I mean, is this, do we need to have a discussion about what she said before we vote on her? I mean, I don't get that someone's, you know, if someone's trashing us, I'm not sure, you know, they should be on the roundup board.
Well, it's more probably not real appropriate to go into details. However, it had more to do with elections, and she was saying things about board members and trying to influence those was probably more what it was. But you know, I'm typically the target of a lot of those. But so I don't know. It's just wise though that she should be aware. And actually, I might even look. She's oftentimes on the meetings. So no, yes, Elizabeth Romero. I don't know if that's Betsy. Yeah, that's probably Betsy. She's hearing this anyway, so she's probably getting the message. But still, I think it's wise whenever you have new members on the roundup board that they're letting known a little bit more about their representation now for LPA has changed somewhat from just being a standard member. Tim, go ahead.
Was somebody ahead of me? No, I'm up. Okay. All right. So, you know, I just point out that Betsy has been in a position that has represented LPA for a while on the ESC. So, you know, there is a background in terms of fulfilling her duty for LPA versus her free speech right, and I think we should at least acknowledge that. And I think the other piece is that if we're concerned about particular candidates, we should break this motion up into individual nominations and votes.
Well, we've got a motion on the floor now to approve these nominations, and it's been seconded. So we're having discussion of that. So there could be amendments or things made, but that's where we're standing at the moment. Joe, go ahead.
Let's just go ahead with this. What Tim said sounds good, so I'm fine with it.
Which was what?
To go ahead with the motion.
All right.
As stands.
As stands, okay. Is there any more discussion of this motion? All those who are in favor of nominating these three people to fill up the roundup board, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please unmute and say nay. And any who abstain. Okay. And I think Jessica, is it Jeannie who would be the contact who would make this happen?
Yes, it is.
So if you don't have contact information, I don't know if you do or don't at this point for these people, reach out to the individual directors in the districts to ask, and we'll make sure and get that to you.
Okay, thank you. Will do.
Okay, thank you. Next on our action agenda is we need to ratify the approval of our Colorado CREA voting delegate, something I guess we neglected to do last time. There is, I saw something in our board document about this. It used to be page 138, so it's probably about 148 now or so. Anybody see that? Yes, page 148.
I make a motion to we approve the CREA annual membership meeting designated delegate.
And that's Sue Williams. So we're just now authorizing, making that official. Is there a second for that?
Second it.
Second by Kohler. Okay, any discussion? All in favor of this motion to ratify that CREA voting representative, which is Sue, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any who abstain, let me know. Okay, that is done. We will go on. We're now going to, which we do every year, is we pass a resolution to set the next year's board meeting schedule. That board meeting schedule is part of resolution 2020-15 on page 149. Please note that 10 of the 12 months, it would be the third Wednesday of the month. But staff has requested, or whoever has put this together has requested, that we change to the fourth Wednesday for the months of March and August. Now, as long as we do this ahead of time like this, we can usually fit it in, so long as we make it well known in advance. So at this point, I would like to look for a motion to approve to pass resolution 2020-15, and then we'll have discussion on it.
Rachel
Sue
moves.
Williams, go ahead. Excuse me, I see your hand up. Sue, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make that motion, and then I have a comment after we have a second.
All right, the motion's made to approve resolution 2020-15. I'm looking for a second.
Rachel second.
Rachel seconded. All right, now it's time for comment, and Sue McWilliams, go ahead.
Okay. The one thing I noticed that in page 149 and 150 is that at the end of 149, it says we will continue to have our meetings via webinar. It's the third paragraph. And then on page 150, it says that they'll be in person at the headquarters. So I'm suggesting we change the wording in 150 to say it will be via webinar as well.
Yes, that's certainly appropriate that those wording would match. So before this gets signed and put on the website, would that be Karis that's taking care of this? And Karis, did you get that? May not have. Okay, Jessica, I'll ask you then if you could make sure and follow up that resolution 2020-15 second page is made appropriate.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay, is there any more discussion of this? Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The 2 months that we're changing the dates, I believe you said it was March and August. I don't have a problem changing to the fourth week. Britt, I know you made a point last year of let's standardize, let's make sure it's always the same. It's good for our members. Have you had a change of heart, or where are you?
No, I have not had a change of heart. However, I understand other people have reasons they would like to change it. And since I am flexible now, more flexible than I was a year ago, I'm not going to stand in the way if people don't want to miss spring break or whatever else it was. I wish we could standardize, but I understand the people, there's a couple of dates they don't want to. Bob Lynch, go ahead. Oh, Kirsten, was there anything else? Okay, Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the change in March for spring break. Last year, we did that same thing to avoid spring break, and when for Durango, and as it turns out, we moved it into it's the week that Pagosa is out on spring break. So we didn't actually, we solved the problem for Durango. We, created the same problem. So I wonder if we looked at the schedule in Pagosa. I'm not certain, but it's usually that last week of March. And maybe we should be looking at doing like the second week of March for the meeting to help all the staff in both Pagosa and Durango. But has anyone checked Pagosa spring break?
I have.
Yeah, Holly, what is it?
The spring break for Pagosa this year does correspond to the last week of March. It's the same one yeah.
Okay, so I wonder if would the second week of March make just as much sense to help out both staff people in both the offices?
Let's see. Now I have to ask Jessica primarily, probably, if she knows about the schedule for March. If that would
10th.
Yes.
Yeah, currently I'm looking at the schedule. I do not see anything that day, and that would make sense. We may want to think about moving the Finance and Audit Committee meeting of Broadband meetings though, because it would be all three of those would be hitting that week.
Yeah, good point.
I would suggest that we move the FACT committee and broadband another week, a different week.
Yeah, and that can be done at a later time outside of this, but yeah, it's good to point that out. I'm looking then, if somebody wants to change this date, you're going to have to amend this motion to make that clear.
Okay, so I'll move to amend the motion on the meeting dates so that we meet every Wednesday, the third Wednesday of every month, except in March, where it would be the second Wednesday, and August would be the fourth Wednesday.
Is there a second for that amendment?
Rachel, second.
Rachel seconds that. Is there now further discussion of this? Holly, go ahead, and Bob, your hand. If you...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I meant to put my hand down.
Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, moving it to the second week, that's not going to give Carl time to give us the February financials up to date. Yeah, it's going to put a strain on staff to get month-end stuff done.
Yeah, that's probably true. So it's a matter of a week that more people can attend, or a week that the information is complete. Jessica, any comment? And then or Carl, a comment?
Well, unfortunately, Carl's on the Tri-State Technical Conference right now, so I can check with him and then get back to you guys.
But in general, it's probably valid that it would be harder for, it'd be just 3 weeks between the meeting, but it could be, we could still get meeting stuff accomplished, I assume.
Yes, we'd have to, if you wanted the financial information completed, it would have to be March 31st.
If it's not those 2 spring break days.
That's right.
And that just puts it just a couple weeks from the April meeting. 1, 2, 3. All right, more comments? And Dan, your hand is up still. So did you have another comment? Oh, it's down. I don't see any more comments. So we have an amendment to change this. The amendment is to stick with the resolution, only changing March. So March would be the second Wednesday instead of the 4th. So I'm going to ask for all those in favor of that amendment, please unmute and say aye at this time. Oh, I see one more question. Hang on just a minute before we do that. Tim's got his hand up.
I just wonder if there is anything that we need to do in March that relates to the election that might affect timing. So I just want to ask that.
That's a good question.
I suspect there are things that the board will have to do in March. Normally we have to do those well ahead of time and setting schedules and things. So moving the meeting up is probably safer than moving it later, and because there's no like 90-day or 45-day, whatever they are. That's the only comment I have, but I don't have those dates and calendars in front of me. We probably don't have our next year election calendar put together yet. Joe, comment?
Yeah, is this something we should table till next month till we get these things worked out? Would that be better?
Is there a reason we have to pass this now that I'm not aware of?
No, we just were looking at December's board meeting and trying to make sure that we didn't make December's board meeting 12 hours long, which it's looking like it will be. So we just wanted to kind of put some things in this board meeting to get around. But I think that if you are not comfortable with the dates as is, we're going to have to punt it.
Well, that would take a motion to table with no discussion to do that. Right now we have a motion to amend. All right, I don't see any other hands, so we're going to vote on the motion to amend. Kirsten, go ahead. Unmute and go ahead, Kirsten.
I move to table this to next month, please.
Is there a second to table to next month?
A second.
Joe seconds. All those in favor of tabling this resolution to next month, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Any opposed to this table
Aye.
motion? And that would be, I missed who it was.
Kohler.
Dan, nay.
Dan is nay, Kohler's nay,
Tim is nay.
Tim is nay. That's 3. Anybody else? Okay, so it is tabled till next month. And 3, oh, is there anybody who's abstained? So we have 3 people who did not want to table to next month, but the motion to table carried. So we will table it till next month. Holly, did you have a further comment?
Yeah, I have to make an apology to the board and the staff. For this last spring break, I was supposed to take my family out for our first trip since 2013, and got shut down with COVID. And so when we were throwing dates at the wall, trying to reschedule, it's going to be slated right now during next month's board meeting. So it looks like right now I might not be able to attend the December meeting, and that's not preferable for me, but it's where it stands right now. So I'm still waiting for the dust to settle.
Okay, when it does, you would then email me and beg for an excuse, and I might give you an excused absence if your reasons are good enough. So you have to
All
start
right, thank
thinking
you,
about
sir.
those.
I appreciate that.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the reason I suggest tabling is so we get things straightened out. So
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Is staff going to do that, or how are we going to do that?
It would be good if anybody has conflicts or something that's impossible to mail Jessica. I'll let her kind of coordinate this. But yeah, she's got to now look and see what can or can't be done, double check on spring breaks, and come back to us with this shorter story, and maybe we'll be able to get it done pretty quick next month. Okay, Holly, go ahead.
I apparently forgot to bring my hand down again.
Okay.
However, just as a note, I already have a CREA board meeting on the 25th and the 26th of March. So therefore, if it still remains on the 24th, that's okay for me. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, well, any of those conflicts that you find now on the dates that are proposed, now that we've got 3 dates in March and we have 10 other dates and 1 date in August, look at your calendars and please email Jessica with any conflicts. Sometimes conflicts are going to occur. Not everybody can make it, but we'll do our best. Okay, anything else on the this resolution?
Just a quick question for understanding. Why do we need to move August? I don't have any objection, but I'm just curious what.
So every year NRECA hosts a CEO close-up meeting, and I will miss every single one of those because they're all scheduled during the board meetings. And so I would like to go to one of those.
Oh, yeah.
And so the next one is in August. And so I thought if COVID's not happening, it would be nice to actually attend one.
I agree totally. I'm just curious what August was. Yeah.
No, that's a good question. I wish going to like some tropical country. It's not.
No, probably not. Wish it was. Maybe it will be by then. I hear Hawaii's good.
Okay, we've got a couple more comments on the board schedule before we move on. And next would be Holly. Nope. Next would be Sue, and she's got her hand down too. So Sue, go ahead.
Moving on, I just have a real quick comment and maybe just a suggestion. Do we have to have them on a Wednesday? Could we move the meeting to like the Friday before spring break of the 3rd week? So that would make it the Friday of the 2nd week in March. Maybe that would help out if we changed the date.
It might. I'll let that be considered. Now, Kirsten, you can see why I kind of always lean to just like sticking to it, never making a change, and people deal with it. But it's up to the board. Okay. Appreciate those comments. Let's go ahead and see if we can get on with the schedule. The next item is the director travel and training requests. That's coming early this time around, but there it is. Are there any director travel? Probably not so much, but training requests in particular. This is the time to make those, and then we'll approve those. John Lee, go ahead.
The 1st and 2nd of December for 974.1 at CREA.
All right. For CREA classes?
Yes.
Okay. And Kirsten, do you have any requests?
Yeah, ditto for me. That's the rate making and evaluation in our ECA class that CREA is paying for us.
Oh, okay. And Sue McWilliams.
I'm going to take that same class as well as one in mid-December offered through NRECA. So the NRECA one will be $559, and it is also broken into 2 different days. But I think those have already been pre-approved.
Okay, well, we'll just add those to the list, approve again this month, unless there's any objection to that. John Lee, go ahead. Holly, go ahead.
I was also interested in taking the 974 rate making through the CREA, please.
Okay. And any other travel or training requests? Okay, at this time, I would look for a motion to approve these training requests.
So
I move.
Kirsten.
Oh, Rachel second.
Kirsten moves and Rachel seconds. Is there any discussion on these training requests? All those in favor of approving these training requests, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, the training requests are approved. Study and get smart. And if you've got anything burning from any of these classes you take, please request to be on the agenda to say something about them if necessary. Okay, next is director expense approval. Tim, have you collected some information at this time so you can address it?
I hope so. Thank you. All right, so we have today's board meeting. All directors are here for a full day of 200 per diem, as well as the stipend. We had the Finance and Audit Committee meeting on the 12th, which was last week. That's Director Bassett, Lynch, and Wheeler, half day per diem. That's 125. And Director Skihan was not in attendance for that. I don't call that out to embarrass her, but just so that we know that that was not approved if we approve this. Broadband Committee is the 17th, which was yesterday of November. Directors Wheeler, Skihan, and Metzler, half day per diem. Policy Committee on the 5th of November is Directors Huntington, Lewandowski, McWilliams, half day per diem each. There was the Board Retreat Committee, which was approved in last month's board meeting and which was specifically earmarked for per diem payment. So that was Directors Landis, Witchell, and Wheeler, half day, 25. For the Roundup Board, we had Director Skihan and Director Lewandowski on the 26th of October, a half day per diem each. Let's see, Director Witchell for director orientation on 2 different days. I guess one of them is catching up from September 21st. I don't think we had ever seen or approved that one before. And then 11/4, each a half day, and some mileage, around $6. Also, Director Bassett participated in the 11/4 new director orientation for Director Witchell. That was a half day as well, and some mileage around $5. you submitted an expense report, and the Finance Committee meeting is already covered previously on that expense report, Britt. Let's see, CREA, NRECA Leadership Conference, Director Metzler on the 4th of November and the 10th of November. A half day per diem for 3 days, looks like. Although I only counted 2 there. But let's go with the 3. That's what the notation is here. And there was also a registration fee of $300 that was also paid on that. Let's see. Colorado NRECA virtual member meeting. Sue McWilliams, Director McWilliams, she actually waived her per diem, so thank you, Sue. Basin Electric virtual member meeting, or member meeting that was virtually conducted. Maybe, I don't think there are virtual members, but in any event, Director Skihan on the 3rd and the 5th, it looks like, or is it 3rd through the 5th, I think, of this month, November. And that would be a half day per diem each day. I think that's a little unclear to me.
Yeah, sorry, my intent was just a 1 half day.
1 half day. Thank you for
Yes, sir.
clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then there's the virtual town hall meetings, for which I believe we all said that per diem, last month we said per diem would be paid. One director submitted an expense report for that, Director Lee, for a half day per diem. I know last month 3 directors waived that fee. So if there is, I would say at this point, I'm also waiving the fee. No one else but Director Lee has submitted the request. So I want to pause here and ask, are there any directors that also want per diem for their town hall meeting participation? If you do, please speak up now. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you've waived it.
Tim, I did submit an expense report, Kohler.
You did. Okay, Kohler, I must have missed that. I appreciate that. So Director Lee, Director McInnes, anyone else?
Tim, I submitted that this morning as well.
Thank you, Sue. I probably didn't see that one either. So McWilliams, Lee, McInnes, anyone else? All right, I think that's it. And Karis, I hope you caught that. And I also want to make a really strong thank you to Karis, who has been working hard to help organize this each month. And she came up with, I think the help of maybe the finance department, a chart which allowed me to go through this much, much better than before. So any improvement on this, I want to give to the staff, the credit to the staff, and I really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. This is Karis. Thank you so much for that. I just wanted to confirm that John Witchell and Bob Lynch also are taking the per diem, and I sent the report in. It's probably lost in your deluge of emails, but I have McInnes, Lee, Skihan, McWilliams, Witchell, and Lynch for the virtual town hall.
Okay, yeah, I did not see those. I apologize for that. Somehow I missed those. But I'm glad you're here to help me out with that. Thank you very much, Karis. So at this point, I guess we could take a motion to approve those expenses, right?
Okay, is your motion to approve that long list, impressive, Tim, of all the people doing all these things, those director expenses for this month?
So moved by Rachel.
Moved by Rachel.
I'll second, Joe.
Second by Joe. Is there any discussion of these director expenses? All those in favor of approving these expenses, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, let me know. And any abstentions? Okay, the director expenses are approved. Let's go ahead and go on to the next item is the introduction of the board one voice policy. I don't know who's actually going to take that tasked on. So I see prepared by John Witchell. So I'm assuming John's going to speak. So John, if you would go ahead.
That is me. So, okay, so I'm going to take 15 minutes total here. So somebody cut me off at 15 minutes. Basically, I'm going to try to crank through this. I did a short presentation. I didn't get it done to be added to the minutes, but I'll circulate the presentation that I'm going to give you here at the end. And basically, excuse me, what I wanted to do is essentially take 5 minutes, quickly talk through sort of how we got here, why I'm doing this, a proposed process, and then talk about the one voice purpose and benefits. I've outlined a few options and a couple of examples, and then basically use the bulk of the time for a discussion. So as a reminder, we got here because I've foolishly volunteered to research and consolidate this, thinking that this was a layup. I got in there and it is absolutely not a layup. So that's that. But what I did do is ultimately did a fair amount of background research. I got some help from staff and pulled together some key themes based on a whole bunch of best practices that I've seen in my own professional life, but as well as sort of looking around and talking to a couple other people, lawyers, and got a few examples and tried to extract out and consolidate a bunch of sort of key ideas into into this presentation, primarily for discussion. And what I wanted to do was present that initial finding and really, this is not, I don't think, the moment for a vote. There's a lot of nuance here, and this is definitely one of those things that people, I think, want time to reflect on. And so what I really wanted to do is say, hey, let me show you what I found. Let's have a brief conversation about it. And then based on today's discussion, assuming it goes reasonably well, then at the end of this conversation, we would request the staff to draft a policy based on what they heard today, and then submit that draft to the policy committee for them to edit and submit and go through a more nuanced machinations that would ultimately then come back up to us with a recommendation from the policy committee for an approval for the next meeting. That's my proposed process here. And we can sort of present, we can talk about whether or not that's the right path forward at the end of the presentation, which will only take a couple minutes here. So really the purpose, as a real quick reminder, a one voice policy, really when you distill it all the way down, the purpose is to align what is and is not appropriate to communicate it as an LPEA board member. And the reason that matters and the reason that we benefit from having a one voice policy is it fundamentally increases the authority of all LPEA communication. There's no back channel, there's no, it's hard to go answer shopping. It's, and it just beefs up the authority. And this is not just true for LPEA, this is true for all boards. And it decreases confusion within the membership. When you have two sides of an organization giving different answers, or it can create confusion and dissension, and that's undesirable at a certain point in the decision-making process. So essentially, in the research that I found, there's a bunch of options, and I'm gonna go through each of these options and give you some specific examples, and then you guys all have this to take away and think about sort of where you want to land. I'm not making a recommendation here. I'm just showing you what the options are. And sort of starting from the hard line all the way and slowly getting easier and easier and easier to the very end where there's no policy allowed. The hard line basically says no one communicates in any venue without prior authorization, right? And from there you can relax that, ever so slightly by saying, well, that's still true, but there's customary communications are allowed, like thank you for this, and I appreciate your input. You can further relax that and say, well, there's an exception for statements of fact. You can't editorialize, you can't give your opinion, but you can make a public statement of fact. And then you can relax that further as you sort of move into a grayer area. You can only speak to stay on message, right? So where you can say what you want, the way you want to say it, so long as the communication in support of a decision that has been made. And there's a couple of nuances in there that I'll show you in a second. And then there's no contradiction, which is very close to on message only, where you can say all you want. You just can't actually affirmatively speak against the board. And again, I'll sort of call out a couple of examples there. And then you really start to get into loose ball, where it's just like, you can say whatever you want. You just can't name names. And then the last thing is, well, there's basically no policy. All communication is allowed. Essentially, that's where we exist today. So just walking through these at a high level, and again, you guys will get copies to think about this and chew on it. Hardline, like no one communicates in any venue without prior authorization. There's some real advantages to this approach. It is crystal clear, right? It is a powerful leadership communication. We have strong controls, and it maximizes the effective communication for contentious issues. Right? The downside is you really lose the ability to provide nuanced context. You find yourself in conversations with your constituents. You want to be able to give them some context, and then you find yourself pretty hamstrung in your ability to do that. It limits your ability to ignite a neighborhood discussion. Maybe you yourself are ambivalent about what the right outcome of an issue is, and you want feedback. If you have no capacity to communicate, that really becomes pretty impossible. And so while there's definitely some upsides, there's some real downsides to a true hardline point of view. And there are others. I mean, I'm just sort of bubbling up some key pros and cons here, right? And then you can sort of, again, relax this, and you can say, well, listen, there's some customary communication. You can say, yeah, thank you for your feedback. We appreciate you, right? But saying thank you for your feedback, let me give you some additional insight, where you're starting to feed people information, or you're saying, I agree with you, or I support your position, but you're actually starting to do anything but the most gratuitous thank you. This would be a place that we could land. The benefits are really the same as a hard line, but it softens up a bottleneck there about common member communication. But it does add some overhead, right? You're constantly sort of second guessing yourself and saying, well, am I on the right side of a line? And if you step forward and you step into statement of facts, again, it gets a little easier, but you just can't opine on an issue, right? So you can say, well, I'm making a statement of fact. Thank you, Mr. Constituent. This is constituent. I'm glad you asked about that. Yes, the board did approve the upgrade for $1.2 million. But what you can't do is say, yeah, oh my God, they approved it for $1.2 million. Like you can't do it. You can't criticize. You can't speak an opinion, whether it's explicit or it's implied. You just really are still pretty hamstrung about your ability to express your personal opinion. The benefit here is obvious, right? You just have more control. You have more positive capacity to communicate for pragmatic communication, right? Again, the downside is now you're stepping further into a gray area. You have a litmus test. There's no clear litmus test. You will foot fault. It's just sort of accepted. I think we all understand, but we understand the spirit of what we're trying to do. And this is a line that works pretty good in a lot of situations. But if you go into a deeper situation, a deeper relaxing from the hard line, you get communications that are in support of a decision only, right? And so what you can do is you can say, listen, hey, there was a contentious discussion, but ultimately I support the board's decision, right? So here's an example, hypothetical where somebody, you're expressing your support, but you're not actually, getting in there and saying, maybe you didn't 100% agree. We didn't have the votes that we wanted to get the decision I wanted. That would be a big no-no. Again, you can see the pros and cons here. Powerful leadership. You still have robust communication. You have some expression, personal expression for context, but you're pretty limited, right? And you are definitely vulnerable to ambiguity and contradiction. So Britt says one thing, Tim says another, John says a third. Who the hell am I supposed to be listening to? Right. So that becomes, that's definitely a downside. And one thing of note is, this is, being able to discuss it, in a board meeting, prior to a vote, or if you're trying to solicit feedback and really figure out what the right answer is, you're allowed to have these conversations. It's really after the vote that we care. right? The vote, the decision has been made, the board has spoken, and support is allowed, right? And then once the decision is made, whether or not you agreed with it or not, you kind of get behind the board. The next step out is sort of no contradiction. This is really sort of in some ways very close to the previous one, but instead it's like that which is not permissible. That's which is not explicitly prohibited is permitted. Right? You can say all you want, you just can't go against the board. So you can say, listen, there were two options. You go north, you go south. My priority, personally speaking, was cost savings, right? That's where I landed, right? But you really cannot expressly or implicitly go against the board, right? And again, you're getting more maneuvering room for personal expression, but you're still preserving some alignment. And the real downside of this is, a good writer can navigate around this rule if they really want to, right? And the nuance here between on message and no contradiction is, on message says you really can't talk about anything else except for subjects that are on message, where no contradiction says, well, you can talk about anything you want. You just really can't oppose the board. And so, this is, you're sort of deep in the gray area, and then you sort of come out of the gray area where all non-personalized communication is allowed. You can say whatever you want. You just can't name names. And this is, kind of up there with, just be a good human being. You can disagree. Sorry, music just came on. Disagree with others, but you just can't name the fact that you disagree with John. Right, maximizes personal expression, but it preserves against personal attacks. But it really doesn't meet, in my opinion, the one voice policy. And then the last one here is there's no policy, right? You can just go at it, right? You can say the board made another mistake. John is wrong. He's, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. The LPEA board sucks, right? Absolutely fails to meet any objective of a one voice policy, but you can say whatever you want with impunity. So those are the big issues. I think there's some nuances and some exceptions that this is why, you can't just sort of decide on one of these things. It really has to be sort of chewed out in the policy group. There's very clearly, you can do what you want if you get prior approval. You really need a window to be able to say your mind as you go into your elections, right? And so maybe that's 90 days, maybe it's 120 days, but there needs to be some wiggle room to say, well, given everything that's happened in the last 2 years, here's some of the things that were really, why you should vote for me. And you should be able to speak openly during election season. But what you really want is to explicitly disallow some stuff where you're basically saying, hey, listen, I'm speaking as an individual. I was in a private conversation. I was asked a direct question, coded language. Well, I think we all know what that means, right? You just sort of really got to put an end to all of that stuff. And we can work some of that out down in the policy committee. And so that is a fast forward on some of the options. And really, this was more than anything else an intent to be a discussion prompt on what people's reactions are and areas maybe for furthering investigation. And again, as I said, the next steps. Do we want to send this? Do we want to request for a CREST to move forward, or maybe we're not quite there yet? So let me pause there and hand it back to everybody else.
Okay, well, we've got one hand up already to comment.
Just one hand
so far. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, John, would you go back to the slide that lists them all? That would be helpful for the summary of, I think the summary of options one. One more. There you go. Thank you very much. And then I'll put my hand down for now.
All right, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for putting this together and digging in. This is really helpful. And I think, if you're asking for just those first impressions of it all, one that comes to mind is, mapping backwards tier Y. It almost seems like there's a suite of, this probably is way more complicated than anything we'd ever want, but there's different circumstances in which one response is more appropriate than the other. I almost wonder if you could classify it as such.
Yeah, so that did come up as I was reviewing stuff. You know, you which is why you sort of plug in. Well, listen, if Britt sort of gives everybody, you know, some maneuvering room on a particular issue, or say, hey, listen, this is really an uncertain issue. Let's go out here and let's gather up over the next month our opinions. Or, you know, there is a reason that you need to communicate more than, for example, a customary communication. You just have to shoot, hypothetically, in that case, you would be able to shoot Jessica an email and just say, hey, I want to run an editorial in the Durango Herald. Are you okay with that? Here's a draft of it. You know, there is maneuvering room here. These, you know, we're all grown-ups, right? We're all good actors. We're all trying our best to do the right thing here. So you don't want to over-prescribe on exactly what people can and can't do. And so you know, a little bit of catch-all can go a long way here to manage that particular issue, in my opinion.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John. I appreciate you putting this together, and I appreciate the slides, and they will be helpful to mull over. As far as initial impressions, I just like to, one of the things you're probably trying to get is a sense from the board so that the policy committee knows kind of which direction to head when we do look at this. And for me, I'm somewhere in between the no contradiction and the on message only. That I want to be able to say what you want, but not necessarily against a decision of the board. So it's kind of right in between. I don't know if that helps folks as they try to move forward or not. And it, you know, all of them have their pros and cons, but also their gotchas. And we're not doing this policy as a gotcha. We're doing this policy. I believe we need to do this policy so we all can agree of, well, this is just the way this board behaves. This is how we move forward, and let's decide on that. And I appreciate your work. Thank you, sir.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Kristen. It's, you know, this is, I mean, it is a policy statement, but essentially it's an agreement that this is how this board is going to roll. So.
Okay, John Lee, go ahead.
Well, I think stifling is a slippery slope. And we're elected, first of all, by members, not by the board. So I don't feel that dissenting opinions are negative. In fact, if anything, in full disclosure, dissenting opinions give us a defined boundary. It even comes down from the Supreme Court. Even when they don't agree, there's a dissenting opinion that is written. And it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It can keep us going down a good path. So while I strongly believe people shouldn't just go run in their mouth, I think it's very dangerous when we start thinking that, you know, one of the slides in there, maybe a few past this one that we're looking at, just had a danger statement to me of some sort. I couldn't keep reference of it, but I think we're missing an opportunity to realize that we're here for members, not just the board, and dissenting opinions are not bad.
Agreed. Thank you for that.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I appreciate very much what you put together here, John, and I love the organization and the flow of it. It's very helpful. Yeah, it's hard to pick where we are in that. I liked Kirsten's characterization of in between, on message only and no contradiction. But one thing that keeps coming up for me is that the role of the director, the elected director in a cooperative, is to represent the members in the discussion and as John Lee has also said, in dissent as well. So it's hard for me to find the balance of okay, we as a board, we voted this way. The vote is over, and we should not try and re-vote that in a public space without somehow bringing it back to the board in a discussion that results in a further vote of the board, right? So I get that and support that, but I also don't want to be restricted from being able. I'm concerned that if this is too restrictive, what we end up doing is we sort of send a message to the members: don't talk to me about this, because it's already been decided, and there may be things that are worth hearing, and to come back to that at some other point. And how do we balance our role as a representative of the members, as a director, with that opportunity, or the foreclosure of that opportunity if we're too restrictive? So I don't have a strong suggestion one way or another. I think it's difficult to come to. One suggestion, though, I would have about how we might process this: I don't think this presentation is in our packet. If we could put it someplace where we could all access it, and maybe there's a way for us to sort of give an initial non-binding sort of vote around where we want to go with this, that might help the policy committee. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I did not get my slides in on time. I will submit my slides. I'll send them out an email or whatever the right protocol is. You guys will all have this so that you can reflect on it. And, you know, the idea was not to, I tried really hard not to, I have an opinion, but I'm trying really hard not to offer my opinion at this early stage. I'm trying to give you guys a menu of options, and somewhere between sort of 1 and 7 where you personally land. And if you and John Lee agree, actually, you know what, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but you know, no policy is the right policy. Fine, like you're that. Let's you know, work from there. So you know, Kristen thinks somewhere in the middle, and you know, like I said, I have my opinion, and this is something that we all need to come back on. It is a nuanced decision, and so my objective here is to say, okay, yeah, you've sort of framed it out right. Okay, let's see. The devil's always in the details. You know, let's see if we can actually turn this set of options and the little bit of feedback that we got here. Like I think John's point about, hey, you really should be allowed to do a dissenting opinion after an opinion has been, you know, after we voted. Like that can be worked in. So the devil's in the details. Let's prepare my recommendation is that we prepare a policy, and then we take a look at that policy, and then you know, get it tuned up the way we want it, so that everybody looks at it and goes, well, I don't love it, but I can live with it. Because I think you're going to get a pretty nice bang for your buck in terms of tightening up our communication, being able to move deliberately with some form of a one voice policy.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be impossible to actually write a policy for this. I think really what we need is more of an agreement, and that as board members, we agree not to engage in personal attacks, because that's what this started as. And if we all behave as adults and state, you know, with facts why we agree or disagree, I think, you know, I just don't think Shay or any attorney could write a policy for something like this in an elected board. It certainly would never happen, you know, in Congress or the state legislature, or even our county commissioners. So I guess I just like to, I appreciate what John did. This is, you know, incredible amount of work. But I think we should be looking at more of some kind of an agreement that the board comes up with, rather than trying to be real, you know, prescriptive with a policy that would never be enforceable in any way.
So your point about hey, let's just have an agreement, or you know, a guideline, that's well taken, and maybe that's the right answer. The statement that says that you could never write a policy and pass it. This policy exists in many forums. There are one voice policies all over the place. And so it can be done. We can choose not to do it, or we may not be at a place in this board where we're able to do it, but it absolutely can be done.
So are there any policies in any, governmental type agencies that you've seen?
Yeah.
I've never seen.
And we can deliver as part of a larger discussion. Again, this was the idea here was to deliver an introduction, not deliver a comprehensive treatise on one voice policies. But if that's part of the follow-ups, let's do it. And let's deliver a handful of examples and see if they fit us, because they may not, right? You may just come to the conclusion, well, yeah, but that's a special case over there, and this guy's over here, and there's a reason why these guys are doing it, and none of those quite fit us. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? It's a couple hours to work.
All right, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, just so that Joe's wasn't the last statement, I very much, I'm curious just to follow this down a little bit and look at some things and see what's possible and see if anything fits, and also see how this meshes up with what we come up with in our board retreats and things. And then the other thing I was just going to bring up is we did hit our 15-minute mark. So I don't know how firm you wanted to be on that, but just wanted to bring it up.
Well, I was just about to ask. That's awesome. Cut me off.
Well, in my mind, the 15 minutes was John's initial presentation, and then we're allowing some extra time here for the rest of this discussion. So I think we've got some more time, and I'd like to continue a little bit further. Sue McWilliams, go ahead.
John, I have to tell you, I really appreciate you putting this together, because I know that was very time consuming to do. Excuse me. I do have concern with it being too stringent, in that we do represent a membership, and if we get to the point where we are so stringent that we cannot talk to our members or allow our members to talk to us and communicate to us what they want us to do, then we're not doing our job then either. So I think there needs to be some balance in here. The fourth or fifth one down, I'm kind of in agreement there with Kirsten and a couple of the others. I think that having some moderation in here is probably a good thing to at least try to attain.
Okay, Dan Huntington.
Am I unmuted?
No, we got you, Dan.
Okay, we do have a policy in board of director conduct or something. We need to take a look at that. We might be able to revise it and be able to come up with something. And I don't know what policy that is or even the title of it, but there is something in there about director conduct.
I read it, and I would suggest that, as part of the next step would be to make sure that we map what we're doing to that policy. And if it's, make sure we're not, reinventing the wheel or creating a redundant set of policies or possibly contradictory policies. So, you have to tie everything off, but you raise a good point.
Yeah, thank you, John, for putting this together. It's enlightening. Thank you.
Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John, as well. And it's a good topic area we've, I think, struggled with. So we know we've got to make some progress here. It makes me kind of think about what might be useful is somewhere along the way, we could probably more easily agree on kind of behavioralizing this, like what behaviors are okay and what behaviors are not okay. So like some really simple ones, like criticizing another director in public, not okay. We could all agree with that. Offering an objective reason why you disagreed with the board decision, that's okay. We might just kind of be able to layer it down with things we are readily, I think, would agree are behaviors we want to see and don't want to see. So that might be a place to go. Writing broad policy, then you then have to come up with interpreting someone's behavior, whether that's consistent or not consistent. And if we just go ahead to the behavioralizing, almost like norms, and we may get at this in the retreat work, but there are some pretty clear things I think we would all agree on that are okay and not okay to start out. But I appreciate you getting us going on this discussion, and it'll lead into the retreats as well, I think. So thank you.
All right, Kohler, go ahead.
Thank you, John, for putting this together. I think a lot of really good points have been made from pretty much everybody that spoke. But over the years that I've been on the board, two of the most frustrating things when it comes around to this, right down to the meat of it, is two words, and that is interpretation and enforcement. And that's what I struggle with. I haven't seen where policy helps that. And again, that's what you have to use as a policy. But those are the two key factors that bother me.
Yeah, I looked at that, and I was originally going to put some slides in about enforcement, but the more we chewed on it, the more I was like, there's really two issues. It's like, let's just agree what good behavior is. Let's like it was said earlier. Let's agree to agree on appropriate conduct, and then we'll enforcement. That's a tough animal, right? Like, it's just very, very challenging, censoring and, removal and all that stuff. That is just a very, very challenging space. It is not so hard to agree on what's appropriate behavior, but I'm with you on that. It's like, well, what happens if somebody chooses not to do this? But I think we can, if you go back to the original objectives, the objective here is to create a tighter boundary around what we agree on, and why we're doing this, which is to create strength in communication to our membership. And again, I really apologize for the music. It was totally silent here for 5 minutes.
All right. Well, a good discussion. If I had to pick somewhere in the summary of options, I'd probably be around the no contradiction line, somewhere in there. But there's been a lot of good points. And I think one of the very good ones made was, this maybe goes sort of toward board retreat and behavior kind of stuff. However, do recall some of the board members who were here when we did bring in an outside consultant and we hit behavior stuff. We created actual list of things that we were going to do, which were not good behavior, and then we kind of dropped it, which probably maybe wasn't good at that time. But on the other hand, we did have some directors who were not willing to participate either. Hopefully we're not in that situation now. Okay, Shay, go ahead.
Two points and a question. Whenever I was looking at this and thinking about ways to do, I've always envisioned this as being a communications policy to outline how directors handle communications, and tying that into the work that Hillary did last time regarding a outline for communications. And so, we can, from a policy standpoint, that's kind of what I've envisioned and put together, is this is how we communicate with each other, with the public, with staff, that kind of thing. And then I've got a question on timing. Director Witchell suggested that this be something that's worked on and brought back to Policy Committee. Policy Committee isn't planning to meet until February, so this would have to be a special meeting. And so I need clarification on that as to whether or not the board wants Policy Committee to meet out of cycle to address this. And then the other thing is that also sounds like that there's work that will tie into the retreat. And so are you asking for this to be done in advance of the retreat so that you can discuss it at the retreat? Or is there work that you're going to put together at the retreat that would inform the policy and change the policy?
John, can you answer?
Yeah, given the amount of work it took me just to get this far, I would suggest that we not try to do this out of hand, and we tie it into a February meeting. I think that gives staff more than enough maneuvering room to get this done in a substantive way, and then we can agenda this for further feedback or further discussion on the board for free. But I think shotgunning this is a mistake.
Okay, and possibly tying it into a retreat at somewhere, depending on how the scheduling of that goes, to make some sense. Anything else on that, Shay, or does that kind of give you a rough idea?
No, thank you for the clarification, because I needed to know whether we should get an agenda pulled together and try to get Policy Committee meeting, and it sounds like we need more work. So thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I really think the next step should be, a discussion at the retreat. Because as Bob said, this is more about behaviors and norms. I don't want to burden staff with trying to come up with a policy when all of us are, we all have different ideas on this. So I'd rather wait until we have another discussion. And that's what I thought the board retreat was about anyway. Anyway, I just don't think this is something that we need to have the staff work on at this time until we kind of have our act together more.
I think that's right, Joe. And so Rachel, I'm going to kind of make sure that you're listening to this and that you will figure out how to tie this in, because it all sort of ties to the communication policy, as was mentioned, and the policy 129. I think a good discussion, but I believe we've probably taken as far as we need to today. Is there any other comment on this that somebody really wants to make, or let's jump on to the next agenda item? Okay, we're going to take a break at about 2 o'clock. So we should be able to get to something else. Maybe this can be done in a hurry. And Shay, since you're just there, we can jump down to the attorney report for highlights and questions. And then there's a memo we have regarding request for information to the CEO. We can take a stab at that in the next 9 minutes before break. So Shay, go ahead.
Sounds great. I've got the attorney report in the packet. There's nothing in particular that I feel needs to be highlighted, but I'm happy to take questions on that end. And then the other thing to mention is that the board asked for some guidelines surrounding requests for information. I included a memo, and this is one of the things where, as was suggested, we need to try to make a place for memos to live so that we have the ability to reference and go back to those. So I will be putting this memo and working with staff to figure out where to put this memo so that it can be accessed. And we're also going through old board memos to pull the ones that have continuing information that we kind of need to go back to again and again. So the memo that I put together was a discussion about board requests for information, and really the meat of it was something that we had already put together or discussed in an email surrounding a former director's request for information. The synopsis of this is that as a director, you have a fiduciary duty to get the information that you need in order to competently do your job. And that's broader than if you were just asking for information as a member. But there are some boundaries around this, and there are some reasonableness requirements around getting this information. You get the information in order to do your job. You don't get the information in order to build your war chest so that you can go attack somebody. You don't get the information so that you can use it for your own personal benefit. And you need to keep in mind that request whenever you're requesting information, that's what you're focusing on. The other thing is that you shouldn't be doing something that is potentially not safe. So if you would like to go tour something so that you can better understand the system so that you can better do your job, that's fine. But work with staff so that you are not unnecessarily taking up their time and also not going someplace that would cause a safety concern, because that's the #1 priority for the organization, that is that everybody stays safe. And finally, you're not allowed information that's otherwise protected. So you can't get HIPAA protected information. You can't get information that would otherwise be considered confidential. And there are some boundaries on that. If you have questions, if you're not sure, then that's something to bring up with the CEO through a request. And as I pointed, all requests should go through the CEO because she is your point of contact for staff. And if she has any concerns about whether or not this information is being requested for an appropriate purpose, if she has concerns that this is going to take additional staff time that would require an unnecessary expenditure of cooperative resources, or if she is concerned that this is something that would disclose confidential information, then she is going to punt this request to the board as a whole so that we can consider those questions and whether or not it's an appropriate request. And I would ask that you respect her decisions on that. So if you make a request and she says, I'm not willing to give this to you without board authorization, please respect that and allow her to go through the process so that she can protect the cooperative, protect the information, and protect herself. So that's really all I had to highlight. Happy to take questions.
Okay, Shay, thanks. And I know this, along with other memos that have been written in the past, are very good and useful information. And as you say, we're gathering them. My suggestion is in our board of directories shared drive, there's a folder there now where the policies live, the director policies. I think we could just add another folder there that would be called attorney memorandums. and all these would be put there. So they're in a sense right next to the policies, because oftentimes they work in conjunction with those. So if Jessica, you could make a note of that as a suggestion of when eventually staff is putting these into there. You of course could perhaps find or create a more appropriate place, but the suggestion would be to put them next to the policies in their own folder called attorney memorandums. With that said, let's go on and have some questions. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. So in line with your report, attorney report, Shay, I want to ask a question about controls. At the October FAC committee meeting, it came up, or when we were looking to the capital projects, that there is a tower for which there is a contract in which money is paid to one of the directors at that last 10 or so years, to Director Montoya, that what I could not find where that was mentioned on his potential conflict of interest form. So, you know, here's a case where it seems like a director was being paid by the co-op and not insignificant funds on a yearly basis. I was not aware. I don't think any other director was aware. And I don't think that it was ever, I could ever find it mentioned in the conflict of interest form. And this, I'm not necessarily questioning the veracity of whether that's a proper payment or not, but I think the question is, shouldn't we have had a disclosure of that? What are the controls in place for that? A subsequent conversation I had with Jessica, the CEO, was that she indicated that apparently that was something that was put into place a number of years ago between a staff member and the director directly. And it makes me wonder why that has never been reported. I also wonder if you are aware of it. Do you review all contracts or did you review all contracts as the attorney? And if we have a contract that isn't being reviewed by our attorney and it could possibly be with an employee or with a director, isn't that a lack of controls on our part? And how do we fix that?
Yes, so we're looking into our system. I never saw that contract. We are looking into our system to see if that's something that somebody else in my firm reviewed. So far, we haven't found it. And so from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it was sent to our office for review. My guess is because of the amount of the contract, it fell under the amount that would have been required for board approval. And so staff just entered into the contract and didn't send it to our office for prior review. I don't believe that I review all contracts before they're executed. And that's something that has been a question that I've raised during attorney evaluations is, do we need to have some type of system in place so that they're all run through? There isn't one now. They're run through if there's questions or if it's a larger amount. Whenever it is something that is between a director and the co-op, my recommendation would be that that is something that is required to go to the board for full approval, because that is a conflict of interest. And the director should not be part of that vote on whether or not to approve the contract. So it should have been listed on the conflict of interest form. I didn't see that it was. It should have been something that was run through the board for approval, and it should have run through my office for review as well. Like I said, we are going through our system to make sure that it wasn't something that somebody else in my office reviewed, but we haven't found that to this date.
Thank you. That was succinct and helpful. I guess maybe one other thing is it suggests that maybe there was some dialogue between staff below the CEO and the director. And I think that is also part of our policy. I don't know when that all came into being. It might have been subsequent to this contract being signed, but that's also perhaps germane to the conversation we were just having and something we might talk about in retreat. But I would just, I mean, I appreciate CEO Matlock's insistence that things are she is copied on with any correspondence between staff and her. So I think we need to, and maybe Jessica has some further information about how those controls can be put in place going forward, because I certainly don't want to see a problem like this occur again.
Yeah, Tim, I appreciate that. So what we've done is that was another reason to hire Graham Smith, is that we wanted to make sure that all of our contracts were being reviewed. So I've made it a requirement that any contract should be signed by me unless I delegate it to staff, but I see every contract and so does Graham. And again, that was a reason, another reason to bring Graham is to help us with that immediately. So yes, this contract was originally signed in 2012 by a staff member and the CEO was aware of it. I don't know if that CEO required legal review, and that's again what Shay's firm is looking into that on the easement. But yes, we agree that any agreement between any director and LPA should be reviewed by the board. And I just don't know if that's a policy, Shay, but I think that that would definitely have caught this. But also make it clear that it doesn't matter what financial gain you get, any agreement between La Plata and a director needs to be on the form, conflict of interest form. And I don't know why this was not included. And Shay, you mentioned that there was a financial number, a magic number that then would kick it into that. I just don't think that we should be doing that. I think any interests and agreement with LPA should be on the conflict of interest form.
Yeah, and
So a
whether
couple
that's
of things
captured in
on
a,
that.
oh, go ahead, Shay.
I'm sorry. So with respect to that, the policy 103 is the delegation of authority from the board to the CEO. And one of my, whenever we talk about this, we are reviewing policy 103 and making changes to that. And there hasn't previously been a carve out that says that the CEO doesn't have authority to directly execute contracts with board members without board approval. And so that's something that I can add into that policy to make it clear that this is something that's not been delegated to the CEO.
Jay, are you, just to clarify, are you saying a director writing a contract with LPA?
So if there's a contract between LPA and a director, that's something that has to go to the board for approval, and it's not something that the CEO can directly negotiate and sign.
Got it.
Regardless of amount.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. Appreciate that bringing up in the discussion of that. It's causing us to run a bit late, but let's go ahead with the memo that Shay put together, and we've got some other questions on that. Sue McWilliams, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And mine is not in regard to the memo or the report this month. My question goes back to last month after the board meeting. Then Kirsten had sent a couple questions to. One was about a conflict of interest with Jessica. The other one was bylaws being voted on by mail. And I never did see any response to those.
I don't recall. Does somebody else have some further information on that? If anything was done with that, Shay? Kirsten, do you remember what you sent, and did you get a response to that you can help fill us in on?
My recollection was that those were. I'm sorry, I was running through and grabbing my emails to make sure I was remembering it. I think I addressed those during the course of my attorney's report last month. The conflict of interest question on the former director is what we've been talking about today with respect to the contract that was with Director Montoya, and it was for a tower that is located on his property. So that was the conflict of interest question that came up. And then the bylaw changes on the virtual annual meetings. Director Skehan asked in her email whether or not we could get that in place before the next annual meeting. My recommendation was that this is something that is a bylaw change that should be presented at the annual meeting for a vote, and that if we were going to do it a different way, it would require a special meeting, and it would be quite a bit of expense to the cooperative to do that ahead of the next annual meeting. And so I just recommended that it be addressed as a bylaw amendment request going out to the membership at the next annual meeting. And recognizing that the problem that occurs is that we could have a problem with the virtual annual meeting again if we're still having COVID restrictions.
Okay, thank you, Shay, for that clarification.
Okay, if the directors would like to take a break before we bring our attorney into a public session, now would be the time to do it. I see that there are still 3 hands up. Could those directors hold their questions until we come back to this subject later, since it looks like we need to spend a little bit more time on this and we could take a break now? If that's okay, please lower your hands, but remember your questions, and we'll move this down to the agenda so that we pick it up a little later in the meeting. Thank you, I appreciate that. So at this point, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's come back at 2:15. So that's not a long break, but enough to get us a bit of a break. Thank you. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, if people are coming back, time to unmute or turn on your video again so we can see. Also, make sure, board members, you have your links available and ready to go to the executive session, which we will get to here before too long. And to make it so we can switch over there more quickly, make sure you have that somewhere ready to click on or cut and paste or however you do that. I see Matt Larson is with us. Matt, is your speaker or your microphone working okay? Can we hear you?
I think so. I hope so.
Yes, you sound good. We'll give it one more minute or less, actually. It's now 2:15 and all but Bob Lynch is back. Now we're all back again. Okay. Now we're at the part of our agenda where we have an open session with our Denver attorney so he can update us on what's going on in some of these cases, rather than just doing this entirely in executive session all the time. We just wanted to be a little bit more open about it. In particular today, Matt, we had a question this morning in our member comment period about what's going on, if anything, with the United Power case at Adams District Court. I don't think anybody's been following that too closely. I don't know if you have, but if you got any updates on that, we would appreciate if you would add that as well to your update on what's going on with anything with FERC and at the Colorado PUC. So Matt, if you would at this time, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. So I think today's update is fairly short. You know, the various FERC processes continue to move forward. There was a technical conference in the contract termination payment, partial buy down case actually just today. The purposes of those technical conferences are really for Tri-State to provide more details about the methodology that they have proposed at FERC with regard to both full and partial buyouts. To date, the technical conferences have focused predominantly on the full buyout methodology and the way that the long-term financial forecast functions within the CTP methodology and how all of that works. So that has a discovery process that's attendant to it, and that continues to move forward where different interveners can propound questions on Tri-State and get answers. The other update on the PUC front is the PUC has reached a decision saying that the non-utility member issue needs to be adjudicated by a court as opposed to the PUC. We do have one more filing left in that case that is due November 25th. That's called an application for rehearing, reconsideration, and re-argument. It's essentially like a internal agency appeal. And we have an opportunity to file that next Wednesday. And at that point, what happens is the RRR, is what it's the parlance for it, goes in, and then the commission has 30 days to act on it. If they do not act on it within 30 days, it's deemed denied. So those are really the next steps. There's nothing imminent in the FERC cases. All of them are within the going through the settlement process. These settlement processes are kind of long-lived. The next big settlement conference in the big case, the CTP partial buy down case, is not until beginning of next month. So that and the PUC deadline are really the two imminent items here. So with that, if any folks have questions, I'm happy to try to field them to the extent that I can.
Yes, Matt, what advantage it would be for us at the PUC case to file this RRR?
It's an opportunity to remake our argument one more time in terms of why we believe that they have jurisdiction. They're very common filings. They're filed by almost every entity that encounters an adverse decision. And it does give us one more opportunity to frame the reason why we think the PUC should make this decision. I do think we have strong arguments as to why the PUC should make that decision. And we'll have one more opportunity to advance those.
As the case was dismissed, would the case have to entirely start all over again, or is there something else that might occur?
Yeah, so part of what you can ask for as part of Triple R is for a different treatment. So for example, you could ask that the case be stayed as opposed to being dismissed without prejudice. And what that would do is it would just sort of hold the case in abeyance and freeze it essentially, as opposed to forcing you to start over. Under the dismissal without prejudice that they put forward in their prior decision, you would have to start over.
Okay, so that would be beneficial to us if depending on how this other goes. That sounds good. And the other part, I asked you if there was any updates about the United Power case at the Adams County District Court. Are you available or aware of anything?
Brett, before you pushed on from that last comment, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, John, go ahead.
So I don't. Can we just double click on why you want to do the RRR? Because at the last board meeting, you said that the RRRs are never successful. They're just total Hail Marys. So to go in and restate the same set of arguments seems frankly like a waste of money. What's the strategy here? Why is that not a waste of money? Why are we going down that road?
I think there's an opportunity to reframe the argument in a very short way. And, you know, I don't think this is a very expensive proposition. Happy to talk about the strategy of it in an executive session.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the United Power case, anything there, Matt?
No update from a public perspective.
Okay, have they even had any hearings, or has anything even gone on?
Oh, yeah, no, it's still waiting for Tri-State to answer. The case is in a very early stage. Civil court cases tend to take a period of time before they really get going. So there's nothing material that's happened in that case.
Wow, it seems like it's been a long time and still nothing going on. Yeah. Okay, probably typical. Are there any other questions for Matt in this open session? Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, Matt. Last time you talked, you mentioned that there was this settlement on the full buyout methodology that was supposed to occur here in November. Is that what you're mentioning is, how did you put it here a moment ago? I forget, technical conference? Is that all related? I mean, I'm just asking to be a little clear so that we and our public can actually understand that process.
Yeah, so what's happened is they delayed the next settlement conference so they could have a series of technical conferences. Conferences are not like a negotiation per se. It's more working through the analytics of how the formula functions. So it's a sequencing issue, and they've moved back the actual formal negotiation until next month so that they could go through this.
Great, thank you, that's clear.
Okay, anything else for the public session on discussion of these FERC, Colorado PUC? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. And so the next thing that's on our agenda with Matt is that we would all go into executive session, except for Kohler and except for Shay, to discuss some strategy issues. And to accomplish that, I need to get a motion from the board to go into executive session to discuss our FERC Colorado PUC strategy. And we're going to also have a brief discussion on what might be going on, if anything, with the board attorney progress that we've been talking about. So I'm looking for a motion for that.
I'll make the motion. This is Tim.
Tim makes a motion to go into executive session for those above mentioned things. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I also have to say I never received an invite for the executive session this afternoon. I did send an email to Drew this morning, but I never did get anything back.
Stu, I'll send that to you right now.
Thank you, Drew.
Okay, how's everybody else doing with their link to executive session?
The original was sent the 10th of November.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10th of November at 5:20 p.m. There was a link there, so if that helps you find it, Sue, or anybody else. All right, well, let's go ahead and exit this session.
We got to vote, Britt.
Oh, excuse
We
me.
have to
Thank you very
discuss.
much. Yes, we have a motion for executive session and a second. Is there any discussion of that? And
Yes.
Sue has your hand up. Is there anything else, Sue, or is it just needing the link? Just the link. Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe color needs to be the part about the piece when we're talking about the council.
Yes, that's right. That would be the second part. Probably will be short. Who and let's see. Jessica, can you alert Kohler when we start talking?
Yes.
Go to that second part of the executive session.
Yes, I can. And I'll alert Shay as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? All those in favor of going into executive session at this moment, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, at this time, please leave this session and go to the executive session. We'll see you over there. Hopefully that session will be done in about 45 minutes or so, and then we'll be back to a public session. Thank you.
We're coming back in, Drew.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
People are coming back online. We're going to just go ahead and get started as quickly as we can, Drew, when we get the majority of the board back. Okay, we've got one thing that we started but didn't quite finish, but the next thing on the agenda would be board actions resulting from the executive session. And today there aren't any, unless somebody reminds me of something that I've forgotten about. So that makes that agenda item pretty quick. The place where we left 2 or 3 questions unanswered because we were going on with our Denver attorney is the thing where we will pick up again. That was the memo put together by Shay regarding requests for information to the CEO. Also in that discussion, we said we're looking for a place to put all these legal memos from our attorney, because there is a collection, and I'm sure not all the board members have seen them. Some were done some time ago. Some may no longer be relevant, but probably all were interesting. So I'm hope they're able to get a good collection of those. And then we'll put those in a place that we can all then review them. So the memo regarding requests for the information to the CEO, could somebody remind me of what page that was again?
153.
Thank you. Page 153. There, I see it again. And Shay briefly talked about what's in this memo and how this can tie into a lot of other things. So now I'm going to look for more discussion on this. And Joe, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, it's a great memo, Shay. Very, very well done. Thank you. My question is, I wanted some context. What was it that Davin had asked for that I guess prompted this?
He asked for CEO expense reports.
Did he ask for those when he was still on the board or before? Or I mean, after he was off the board?
It was when he was on the board.
Okay.
He asked me to release those.
So this is something then we addressed again, and we looked at changing the policies, and we looked at discussed it. So I think we were finished with that. So, but anyhow, this finishes up how director requests for information can be handled. Okay, is there any other question on this memorandum by Shay on board requests for information? Kohler, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have a question on her report, but not the memo.
That'd be good. Go ahead.
So on page 2, under the very top thing, the foreclosure, I won't mention the name, but it said the foreclosure is not going forward, therefore this case has been closed. I was wondering if we needed to take further action. It's my understanding that usually we don't have an easement filed on the title in the right way. So do we need to take some kind of action so that this won't pop back up in case they go back into foreclosure or bankruptcy?
So this is kind of a typical process. There will be times whenever we get an easement after a lien has been filed on the property. Whenever that lien goes into foreclosure, that would then wipe out our easement because it's recorded after the lien was recorded in the real property records. Ideally, yes, we would get a subordination agreement saying that the holder of the deed of trust agrees to subordinate to our easement so that in the event of a future foreclosure, we don't get wiped out. Unfortunately, whenever you're dealing with these large banks, we have a bureaucracy problem with them. And in this circumstance, we requested on numerous occasions a subordination agreement and couldn't get anywhere. I have tried to go through both the attorneys that are handling the foreclosure and the lien holder themselves to try to get this in this circumstance. And this is not the only circumstance. It happens on whenever you're dealing with a big bank. And I can't get a hold of a person to make this request and I can't get the request in front of somebody that has authority to deal with it. And so I wouldn't recommend pursuing that in this circumstance, just because it's not led anywhere. I've talked to paralegals before with the attorneys, asking them to get me in touch with somebody at the bank that could have this authority. And one paralegal finally told me, "You don't understand what you're asking. I literally couldn't call them myself, even though we're their attorney, and ask for a person. I have a system that I type in requests, and somebody over there is supposed to read my notes. And I've typed in your request, and I'm hoping somebody reads your notes, but I can't guarantee it." So I think we've done as best we can on this one.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments on the attorney report? Have I missed anything else on the agenda, or we're going to go to director reports next? Okay, well, let's do that. The next part on the agenda are director reports. They've been placed and written up and put into the board packet, but I want to offer now those authors of those reports an opportunity if there's anything they specifically want to highlight that we don't miss. So if anybody would raise their hand to highlight those things, we'll get to it. Kohler, go ahead.
In my report for Tri-State, I include the Tri-State report, but as of right now, I have not received it. So it's not in there. As soon as I do get it, whenever that might be, I will share that with everybody. Also, one of the big things this month was the long-term financial forecast. The presentation for that, as well as the LTFF, is in the drive. You can look at those. Do pay attention because they are confidential, so they can't be shared outside of the board here and the staff. So that's the two things that I wanted to bring up.
Kohler, I reviewed the Tri-State long-term financial forecast. There's a lot of good information, but the part that still makes it hard for us to make some decisions is the fact that they only go out 10 years. I know for them to do partial requirement buyouts or full buyouts, they have to have a long-term financial forecast that goes out to 2050. Would you be able to ask if that long-term financial forecast that goes out to 2050 can be made available to us?
I'll be more than happy to, but I'll have to tell you right now, just like this board report, I think Tri-State's in a very challenging position. They had some positive COVID inside the headquarters, also in the field. And in fact, with our board meeting this month, nobody was in the boardroom. Everybody, including staff and everything else, only one person was in headquarters. So I will ask, I just don't know on the timing of that.
And actually it's not pressing in the next week or two, but I think we will want to have some additional information to help guide some of our decisions not too far in the future. And it would certainly help Dan if he had some more updated information to put in the results of his spreadsheet financial returns on our partial options. So he's going to present that, I think, in our December Finance Committee meeting. So, if it could be done, and by then it would be very helpful.
I'll do my best.
And you could even, tell them we're not just doing this for legal reasons. We're doing it to understand and make decisions on the partial requirement contract. So it seems like a reasonable request. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, just on the roundup report, I misspoke in there. We granted full request to the roundup applicants on the education grant to the San Juan Youth Symphony. They asked for 5,000 and we granted 3,000. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So it isn't a perfect month when everything offered was given. Close, but not quite.
Yeah, we might never have one of those.
All right. Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Is it okay to ask Kohler a question now, or do you want me to wait till everyone else is?
No, go ahead and ask him. We have him queued up.
Kohler, help me and make sure I know, has these specific language changes that are being proposed for the bylaws and articles of incorporation, Is that language out there somewhere? I don't seem to find it.
I would have thought you would have already got, I will dig it up and make sure that you do have it.
Okay, and you have already seen it